Old World, Florida.
Old World, Florida.
Old World, Florida. Dude, I'm telling you, dude. Dr. Narco Longo came on and dropped the hammer of the god.
America's mother, daughter of Atlantis. God sent the weatherland. The devil sent the Spanish. Florida is Eden, the fountain of youth. Cali is deception. So Florida is the truth.
Welcome to Florida, baby.
Dr. Narco Longo.
Florida, it is everything. There's too much truth bombs being dropped. I can't digest it all.
Old World, Florida.
Please welcome Dr. Narco Longo.
What's up, guys? How long was I off? What was
Like
that?
10
15?
seconds. It was just like
Okay.
the screen. It was cool.
Yeah, guys, that was thank you all for participating in the moment of silence for Israel and her allies. As Christians, we stand with Israel and just kidding. That was a moment of silence. I was running out to the parking lot to partake in the holy sacrament, the holy herbs, the cannabism, as commanded by the Lord. Okay. If we're talking God, you got to be fumigated. You got to fumigate those demons out with the Lord's holy incense. Cannabism, or cannabis, being the chief ingredient. So, yeah, nothing wrong with that. That's why I might be a little late. I'm also only joking because the bookstore was open not too long ago, so we're closing up here and got to get some stuff ready. So forgive me, we're always a little late, but got to give you time to file in here. So we're going to be reading from Genesis. We're going to be following up with Genesis chapter 3. We talked chapter 2 last Sunday, I believe. So we're going to be getting into some details. Got some real good gravy. Something I like talking about a lot. Tree of knowledge of good and evil, things like that. We'll recap a little bit. But we've got to get through the, some of the other important parts of this is we're getting censored like crazy. My Instagram is frozen at 47,000, despite having, ridiculous engagement. YouTube probably isn't faring much better, but no obvious signs of censorship there. But basically, other than things getting demonetized, I mean, that's just run of the mill. That's normal day for us is getting demonetized here and there. But that's why we've got this banner down here. You can go sign up to the Patreon. You can promo code all these little things down here. We're going to get into it. We got my buddy Mike here to talk about the newest one. We got products, guys. Okay. we're talking Florida Department of, uh, you know, contraptions, devices, goodies. This is Florida Sales Network now. Okay. Yeah, wherever God goes, merchandise follows. Just kidding. But you guys obviously have been asking ways to support. So we're adding more ways to support. And you've been buying a lot of Moringa. That's been helping a lot. We are feeling the direct benefit of that. Money in the bank on my end. So that helps us out. And Moringa is amazing for you. So we are going to add some other things like that. We've got another partner here, proud sponsor of the channel moving forward. You got my buddy Michael Frieden. Say that right?
Frieden.
Frieden. Sorry. But he runs the best, the premier herbal medicine supplement, smoothie, all in one hangout space, welcoming space. Totally. My go-to spot when I'm running through St. Petersburg is, it used to be known as Herb Scoop. Now it's Herbal Artists, because we've upgraded, guys. We're upgrading. Okay. Across the board, Atlantis rising, guys. All right. So Herbal Artists is the new name of the shop. And we're also talking about it because we've got an upcoming full moon meetup, and it's going to be in part hosted at Mike's shop there, which is a really cool spot. So I'll let him introduce himself some more, but welcome, Mike.
Hey, how's everybody doing? I hope everybody's doing well. I come with blessing and grace for everybody. And my name is Michael Frieden, and I've been running Herbal Artist for about 4 years now, but I've been on the herbal and awakening journey for about 12 to 15 years. And I call myself God's guinea pig. I've had stomach ulcers, diabetes, high blood pressure, eczema, you name it. And it just gives me an opportunity to find out exactly what works as quickly as possible. And being that you go through these trials and tribulations, you get other blessings as well. When you move into the plant kingdom, they start talking to you in a sense, and you really start forming and bonding and having a relationship with these plants. They enter your life. They really enter your life for a reason. And I've noticed also people that come into the store. So basically what happens is people come into the store, and I work with all different types of people, and I see what really works. And the product that we're promoting here today is Sip Blue, which is really the flower of life. And that's basically what we're promoting today. The flower of life is butterfly PT, which is Clitoria tratotia is the Latin name.
Can you say that one more time for the people, Michael?
Clitoria tratotia, which what this flower
That's what
does.
I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. This is the essence of this flower is so nurturing and loving and supporting to your well-being. This flower has been in my life for about 7, 8 years now. And the love and the nurture that you feel when you ingest this flower it's incredible. So it's been trying to tell me what it is for the whole 7 years. I just really figured it out about a year and a half ago. And it makes all the perfect sense of what this is, because when you talk about the divine feminine, you talk about the womb of creation. Women are so sacred because they can create both men and women. They bring life to this planet. Now, your body, it has two different components. Everything has really two different components here. It has the divine feminine and it has the divine masculine. as well. So in the body, the divine feminine would be the blood, the flow of the body. Okay. This brings oxygen into your body. Okay. And not only does it bring oxygen, but it is also blue, which means that when you talk about the crown chakra and the mind chakra, you're talking about the blue and the purple light, right? The pyramid at the top of your soul, right? Where you get all of your messages through there. So when we move out of the red and the root and the sacral chakra, which is all about survival, all about working, all about muscling through, right? Which we're coming out of the old ecosystem or the old construct of reality where we had the highest degree of limitations on the mind, body, and spirit, which is all meant to be. It's all meant to be. We asked for this, right? Because if you're traveling around in space and you're looking for an experience and you've never felt pain before as a soul, you would come to Earth and you would incarnate into the Kali Yuga, which is the farthest removed from God the human mind, body, and soul can experience on a planet. So now we're moving into some people say the golden era, or I believe it's the Dwarpa Yuga, but a lot of different people have a lot of different constructs on this. But it's when we start understanding what the subtle energetic undertones are that make up our reality. So when we start moving into higher essences of our chakra system, we start talking about blue light, right? The ocean is blue, it gives life, the sky and the clouds,
Yep.
blue and white. So we start, this flower helps oxidize your body, which oxygen, is the absence of the disease, they say in the medical field, right? And
This is what we're looking at right here, Mikey,
yeah,
right? It's
yes,
blue butterfly PT,
yes, yep,
butterfly pea flower is what
yep.
essentially this is. Literally just a flower.
Yeah, so I'm gonna show you really quickly. What we did was what we did what we did was we activated the flower. We activated the flower by putting the flower of life and calling it what it is on top of the bottle, right? So now it is completely activated. It's in a powder form. We sell it so it's easy to scoop. You just get your scooper, you put it in a bottle, and you take it. You'll see it when you're working out, where you didn't have as much gas before. You'll get that extra push. We've given it to jujitsu practitioners where he said he didn't change his diet. He didn't do anything. All he started doing was drinking the flower. And there was this 250-pound guy that he couldn't move past. And so I just kept on getting these confirmations from all these different people. There was a lady with eczema. She reported back to us that was completely gone within 2 weeks. So there was different things, and just nonstop. I give it. Everybody should have it in their diet. It's a daily drinker. Oxygen in your body. You feel lighter. You feel happier. The sluggishness goes away. You're more chipper. It just brings in. It divides the cells and brings in more oxygen, right? So the Vesca Pisces is basically that. There's the egg, there's the sperm, they come together and they create a new life. So
Mike,
this happens everywhere.
Mike,
around.
did you say something about how this blue drink, it reactivates royal DNA? You mentioned something like that?
Yes, exactly. This is exactly your everything in society right now is very
Hell
acidic.
yeah.
Okay, it's very acidic, it's red. It wants to get you stuck on something that gives you this much but then takes away that much, right? So this keeps on giving. What it does is it activates your royal DNA, right? If you're down in the sacral, you're a worker, right? I love coffee. I love coffee. I really do. It's been very difficult to give coffee up, but I gave it up because coffee is a very slave-like drink. That's why you see like rye, all these different coffee plate off, all these mushroom coffees taking off right now, because the coffee family is it has light in it, and it also has slavery in it as well, right? So it kind of sparks your hippocampus to flood, and it gives you that fight, flight, or freeze response a lot of times, coffee, and it fries your adrenals. It's very acidic on the body. It really creates ulcers and destroys your gut lining. So these are all, cigarettes and coffee. Hey, I'm going to go to work. I need a coffee and a cigarette, right? That's the old way of doing things. So now this is a flower that is very abundant. It's very abundant. It grows like crazy, just like the moringa tree. It grows like crazy. The moringa tree is very difficult to kill that tree, right? Which gives it that tree of life. It'll go through anything. The flower of life is a little bit more delicate. It just needs water and sunshine. But that shows you what it brings to your body. Okay. And the royal blue blood activation is exactly that. We're turning the acidic blood back into an alkaline blood, into a blue blood, instead of it being and having. There's certain things that activate your death sequence, right? It's things that dry out the body, right? And form habits,
Oh yeah.
deteriorate habits, right? So this is where we're moving out of. We have something there's a death and rebirth cycle here that we're moving out of, which is, I call it the angel of death, right? That's the angel of death's ecosystem. It's supposed to wake you up. How many times are you going to go over the same thing? How many lives are you going to live where you fall asleep and you get sucked down into a monotonous, repeating cycle where you're just a robot or a zombie, right? Now we're waking up, and Mother Earth is spreading all of its flowers, all of its beauty. So these are hidden secrets that we haven't been privy to until now. People are starting to really, really, really take the plants back into their being. These things, especially in Florida, you can grow it here in Florida, central down. You can grow it anywhere in the summertime. So you can have this plant in your backyard anywhere you live, as long as it's warm in the warm season, and it'll spread like crazy. It'll come back in the wintertime. So these are the type of plants that are extremely abundant that we want to look at. We want to look at plants that are very abundant, very hard to kill, that are daily drinkers, like the moringa tree. And then we have a little bit where this is very overabundant. The flower of life is very overabundant, but it's a little bit more gentle because it's very feminine. It's a very feminine essence that it brings to your blood. So it cleans you out. What it'll do is it will bring awareness if you do take it every day. Lots of people have heard about it, but they haven't taken it every day. You have to take it every day, just a little bit. Let it enter. Let that essence enter into your
Yes.
body.
I
And
can I just
yeah,
butt in?
please.
My girlfriend's been taking Sit Blue every morning, at least, right? Once a day, definitely. Usually in the morning, and she's feeling great, right?
Yeah, really help.
What's the testimony?
Yeah, you have a
It's awesome, she says. So,
Well, Mike, what's interesting is you said being addicted to coffee. A
right.
lot of people, including myself, can identify with that. So
Yeah.
what was it like for you getting off of coffee and starting to drink this stuff more regularly?
It's a transitional period, like everything is. It doesn't happen right away. But getting off coffee, really, I had to figure out that I have my own energy to rely on something that depreciates my body on instead of relying on something that appreciates my body, right? So it's depreciation, appreciation, everything. Is it going to put you to sleep or is it going to wake you up? Are you going to be closer to getting the connection and your higher self speaking to you? Or are you going to take something that society has given as fuel and deterioration, working yourself to the grave, working yourself to the bone, right? These are the types of things that we're coming out of right now. That's what we need to look at. We need to look at what's readily available. Why is it readily available? What's the story behind that? Why is it why is it in every single drugstore and food market and yada, 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 right? So this is the types of things that we need to look at when we're looking at what we're taking into our body. And the coffee, really, I absolutely love coffee. I really do. I was making sure I was getting the best coffee, but at the end of the day, it was frying my adrenals, and I felt dehydrated. I felt, once I stopped drinking coffee, I was like, whoa, I'm like drinking lots of water. Now I wake up and I drink 3 or 4 cups of water in the morning before I do anything. So it really brought back like the water essence in my life. I wasn't drinking enough water. I was really, drinking 2, 3, 4 cups of coffee a day, and I was getting a little manic. So there was kind of like this um, strike that I hit, this crossroads that I hit, where I was like, this is not working for me anymore. My body does not feel good from this. I'm getting lines on my face. I'm looking older the more I drink this stuff. And then I started looking at all the things that dehydrate me and all the things that, and then that brought me closer to my diet. What's my Ayurvedic constitution? What's my human design constitution? What is my constitution like, and what does it need to feel my own energy, my pure own energy, and not an energy that's depreciating where I need to continuously drink something or have something to get that spark that I'm looking for, right? And then a lot of times I felt also that I was doing a bunch of stuff that I didn't really need to do, and I was avoiding the main thing that I needed to do with the coffee and the stimulants when I was drinking them, and I was kind of avoiding the main things, and I would see myself leaning towards doing more physical work when I had that much energy. So, like I said, I'm God's guinea pig. So I see what moves and where my energy goes when I take different substances and different flowers and different roots and beans and so on and so forth. There's a very interesting thing. There's coffee and that popular ethnobotanical tea that everybody's drinking down here. It starts with a K. That everybody's drinking down here in Florida, and it's sweeping the country.
Kratom or kava?
Yeah, both of them, but coffee, kratom, and
Kava.
Bruna, which is the DMT in the ayahuasca plant, one of the plants in ayahuasca. Those are all in the same family. So the coffee and the kratom are very workhorse energies, very slave-like energies, right? They depreciate you. Now it's not to say that you can't have a loving relationship with them where you don't have to drink coffee ever. I'm not saying that, or you don't take kratom ever. I'm not saying that. but they lean into addiction and they lean into these. If you're not centered and you're not minding, these are all gifts. These are blessings. These are absolute blessings from God, from the planet, that we need to look at and use them in the right context in our life, right? So it's interesting where we're moving out of coffee. People are moving out of coffee. A lot of people are moving into the kratom, right? And a lot of people are moving into the light. So the shadows is the coffee, the kratom, and then the light of that plant family is the chacruna, is the aya, the DMT, and ayahuasca, which is all light. It takes you from your lower extremities and brings you up and out. That's why I love Dr. Longo when he talks about the Kapok tree. Now, the Kapok tree is very cool because it's called the king of the trees, the king of the jungle there in South America, where people do diets. They're called dietas, and they do a diet with that tree. So they'll sit with that tree for a month, depending on 2 weeks, depending on how extenuating the dieta is. So it's very cool that you found that tree and you have some affinity with this tree. It's calling you. You're a protector of it. It really is calling your name, which we haven't talked about yet. And it's really cool that it's coming up now. So you definitely have some kind of affinity with this tree. You're one of its protectors. You're one of its keepers, Dr. Longo. So I appreciate, my hats off to you for sensing that and joining with it and showing people that the trees are really, I like to tell people, like, there's herbs, right? There's herbs, there's grasses, there's bushes, and then there's the trees. Like you do with the 900-year-old oak trees, right? Up there, where was it? In Georgia, and in the borderline of Georgia and Florida. I think you did something up there where you showed a very old oak tree. These are the ones that have been sitting in the light. They've been taking photons, first wave photons, for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. These are our friends. They give us oxygen. They have certain spirits attached to them. These are really our they're sitting in the sky. This is what we need to look for. We need to look at the trees and get reacquainted with the trees. They're very special to the human race. This is what helps us with everything. They protect us. They give us shade. They also give us essences that we can deal with.
Very
Hell
cool,
yeah,
man.
dude. Love it. And speaking of, number one, what a great monologue by Michael there.
Thank
Give
you.
him a great welcome, guys.
Thank
The stuff he's pushing here, the stuff that we're shilling
you.
is legit.
Yeah, we
As
have.
they say on the street, that shit legit, my boy. Okay?
Yeah.
That's some legit shit right there. But we're gonna get into the shit legit. But you brought up the baobab tree. Tartar, cream of tartar,
Okay.
originally is baobab powder.
Mm.
They didn't tell you that in cooking class, did they?
Nope.
That it's the holy kalpa-vriksha, wish-fulfilling tree that is also a superfood. Almost every single part of the tree is edible. And cream of tartar originally, like in a lemon moringa pie, or sometimes like a key lime pie. It's an emulsifier, I think. Flipping key lime pie is cream of tartaria, baobab powder. We're gonna try and sell some of that soon. But that stuff's great. The Sit Blue is great. The Shilajit, I'll give Mike a little bit to, touch on too.
Yeah, the shilajit that I have found is from the Kashmir Mountains. It's a 2K mountaintop. And what is shilajit? Shilajit was formed when there were Pangea. It was all one continent. And then Pangea broke apart. And then once the continents started colliding back, Eurasia and India collided back, it formed the Himalayan mountain ridge. In the process of doing that, it took up and scooped up all of the prehistoric ocean, all of the prehistoric forest, smashed each other, and created the Himalayan mountain ridge. So when the Himalayan mountain ridge was created, it scooped up all of that prehistoric forest and ocean, and now it's dripping back down from the peaks of the mountain. So all of those organic minerals that haven't been touched for thousands and thousands and thousands of years are now the essence of the prehistoric ocean, and the forest is now trying to return back to us with the shilajit. And when you take it, man, you feel it. All of those minerals, the fulvic acid and the humic acid, what it does when you take that is it allows your cells to absorb food and minerals quickly. So when you take it, you feel like a head rush and you feel energetic for hours. When you take the shilajit, it has about 80 plus minerals in it. It has retinol in it, so it really helps with libido, blood circulation. Anything that helps with blood circulation will help with libido. So you feel full of energy, you feel happy. You can. And it's just a little scoop. It's a tiny, talking about a tiny pea-sized amount in warm water on an empty stomach in the morning. By the way, you want to drink these things on an empty stomach in the morning and let your body absorb, let your cells absorb it on a clean canvas. That's always the best way to drink something, especially when you're starting out. And there's gut health stuff. If people are doing gut health stuff, also we can talk about that at some point.
So Mike, I go to your website, which is what?
Sipblue.com.
Sipblue, and I type in Dr. Narco's code, which is Old World Florida. Is that correct?
OFW, yeah. OFW. That's it.
Would it be OWF?
That's Herbal Artists. That page is my shop's page.
Okay.
Yeah, my bad. We'll bring that up a little later. This is the site.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Blue.
Site, yep. You go on there. That's the Flower of Life. You get 10%. Dr. Narco Longo gets $10 from each purchase. And then you get a 10% each patron of ours. Each friend, each companion that we have here on the channel, they get 10% off of each order, and that's for the shilajit, that's for the Flower of Life, that's and then we also have blue algae on the website as well.
Wow.
So they can order whatever they like. We did get an order. We already have an order. It came up. So people are starting to order. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for all of your contributions. We really love what Dr. Narco Longo does. We really appreciate it. I really appreciate it.
Shit, Mike.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Mike was a early supporter of the channel too. Like I think when I was before the Saxor Stones even dropped, I think I was over in St. Pete. I think when I was over there looking that up is when I met Mike too.
Yeah.
That is. Yeah.
Really
makes a mean smoothie at that shop there. And like I said, we're gonna be doing a full moon meetup the 22nd. If you want to come meet Mike, come check out his place. There'll be things, there to purchase if you'd like. Beverages, things like that. You can try all this stuff, and we're gonna have a good time. May 22nd. Details are gonna be coming out tomorrow. We're gonna have a flyer and stuff like that. But big long notice so you can clear your calendar for May 22nd.
Blueberry Patch.
Blueberry Patch, yep. Got to say that. We're gonna end off the night at the Blueberry Patch, seeing some live music. Cool blues band, seems like.
Oh yeah, and then how the blueberry patch was started was it was started on 7/7/1977. So
Wow.
he was into the numerology and the I Ching way back when. So it's perfect, I would say.
So hey, does uppercase maybe not work on the code?
No,
Someone says sit blue.
yeah, try just it shouldn't matter, but if uppercase is not working, just try lowercase.
Yeah, try lowercase, guys. Might have to some kinks we might have to iron out. Might be my bad on that.
Yeah, that's okay.
Old World Florida lowercase.
Yeah.
Give that a go and get back to us.
And I just want to point out that, if this is an awakening flower, we've activated it. Like I said, we put it on the top. It is activated flower. This is what she wants. She wants to be known as the flower of life and not just something that turns the water blue. It goes so much deeper than that. And when you start taking her, she will bring awareness to you of things that no longer serve you. So she'll start cleaning out your blood, and then when you re-enter something that no longer serves you, she will let you know that. She will let you know, because now you're cleaning out your canvas, you're cleaning out your temple, okay? And now she's gonna say, hey, you've entered something that is no longer compatible with your temple on your new timeline, which you're activating your real DNA. Let you know that, hey, dude, you can't eat that anymore, or you can't, do these things anymore right now. So, oh, you need to go work out, or you need to. She'll bring yoga into your life. You'll start connecting with the things that are going to make you feel happy and whole as the royal sovereign being that you are here on this planet.
I'm into that.
Shall
I'm
ya?
sold on the blue thing, dude. I'm sold on the blue drink. I'm into it, bro. Because I'm trying to get off coffee. Like my addiction to coffee is like it's absurd. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
it's like my tolerance is so high that it's like I'm drinking espresso, and I'm drinking fucking coffee like it's water, dude. Like it's insane. So, and it is like I'm in construction, so I call it like construction fuel. So it's like the work I do is sort of dependent on it, and I'm looking for like some kind of detox and some sort of alternative to tap into my own energy instead of having this external fucking reliance on coffee. So I'm into it. The blue shit, into it.
Yeah, blue. The
Bullshit. Butterfly tea, Alan. Okay.
I'm sold. Whatever the fuck it is, flower of life,
both of them
royal
will work.
blue.
Fortnite
Love it.
Shield.
Yeah, we got another order. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, whoever just ordered. We really appreciate this. But both of them in tandem work really well, right? So it'll oxidize your body. The clitoral the blue pea will oxidize your body, and then the mineral content and the energy will come from the shilajit, right? So now you're using something once a day that oxidizes your body, gives you energy, and you're not stuck on it. You know what I mean? And it's not drying you out. It's actually bringing wetness and fluid into your body and oxygen into your body instead of depreciating you. Like you said, I drank 4 or 5 cups of coffee when I was drinking coffee, and it absolutely works. It absolutely works. But where is it taking away from you? Where is it taking from you? It's giving you, but how much is it taking away?
Exactly. It's like usury. It's like energy usury. You're going to get that boost. You're going to get that focus, but then there's a crash. Then you're dependent, and then you depreciate. So yeah, I love coffee too. Like I get coffee ice cream, but it's getting insane for me personally.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So,
and then also here's your website for your shop. Like I said, details coming soon on the meetup, but that's going to be the 22nd. And we gave you a brief rundown. Come hang out. This place is dope. Even, in the meantime, afterwards, whenever you're in the area, go check out his shop. We're going to shift gears here a little bit.
Okay.
And promote another way you can help us out. And then we're going to get into the Bible, guys. Stay tuned. Okay. we're only 39 minutes in here. Don't pretend like you're dry, old, dusty, boring, pastors at your neighborhood churches aren't talking nonsense for 40 minutes. This stuff will help you. Let food be thy medicine, right? Jesus was a healer. So more time healing, less time talking, less time blabbing, less time interpreting, more time healing. Jesus definitely can get down with that. But also help support the channel, and also, sorry, I'm juggling some websites here, minus a producer at the moment. You can also support by going to thedancingelephant.shop, and you can buy books. You can buy crystals, rare books, new, used, unusual, eclectic, spiritually important. Big time, guys. dancingelephant.shop. Mods, can we drop a link for that one? Por favor. And you can use the code capital in caps OWF 10. Let me check that. Yeah, OWF 10. And go buy some fucking occult wisdom. Mega books, guys. That's like, this is Amazon on steroids. Amazon on World War II, Nazi meth. This is the stuff that you need to raise your consciousness, as they say. Ascend. There's some gold on here, all jokes aside. And my brother does a super good job of, sourcing really unique stuff, finding stuff that's hard to come by, things you're never going to find on a shelf at your neighborhood bookstore, things that you won't even really find on Amazon a lot of the time. So check out that, thedancingelephant.shop. You can also support us. Code capital OWF, all caps, 10. OWF 10 for 10% off at the Dancing Elephant, too. We got crystals, too, not just books. You guys want crystals? Galore. All types of stuff. Anything you get will help me out. Get some gifts, life-changing stuff. We've got tarot cards. Ooh, tarot cards. Isn't that talking to the devil? No. You're just a superstitious loser. They're valid. They're no more evil than a deck of playing cards, truly. And for Northern European people, this is very deep in our traditions of staying inside, like all the time, being stuck inside through, the majority of the year in some cases, where you're playing card games all the time. So tarot cards, very cool. There's a reason behind it. And what else we got? Some rare decks, really rare decks, unique decks. Candles. Little decorations, mugs. Yeah, whatever. Dancing Elephant. If you can't make it down to Florida to come check out the Dancing Elephant, you can order online. There you go.
Very cool. So, do we want to talk a little Atlantis Week?
Let's get into it. Hell yeah.
Yeah. So, Atlantis Week 2024. We're going to throw some ideas at you guys. Tell us what you think. Give us some feedback. I'm going to tell you my vision. Longo will share his vision, and basically like a week-long meetup in Florida. Okay. I'm going to be coming from Massachusetts. I'm going to be there. Okay. Whether I'm there for the whole week or maybe 3 or 4 days, we'll see. It kind of depends on how people feel. because what we want to do is essentially have an event every single night. Dr. Longo's got the store. We can have outdoor events. We can have beach events. We can have speakers come. We want to have some big time speakers come. And I've reached out to a few. They're very interested. I'll be there. Dr. Narco Longo will be there. Rumors of Chris Gardner. Rumors of Robert Phoenix. Rumors of Shem might even show up through a tunnel. He might make it there.
Yep.
Okay.
Through the floorboards.
He might.
We leave a little cheese out.
Yeah.
Night
He's
before.
gonna tunnel his way there somehow. So
Leave a copper mousetrap.
yeah, but guys like other channel regulars, guys like Spencer, guys like Seth. Is it Balin or Ballin? Balin. Right? Seth Balin, right? Guys like that, like regulars. Just everybody meet up, have events every night, amazing talks. Just get outside. And I think the internet is great, but meeting in person is 1,000 times better. You know what I'm saying? Chats are great. Live streams are great, but we're human beings, and human beings need to gather and have events and have talks and have good times, essentially. So that's kind of the outline of what we're envisioning here. And it's going to be kind of a hang loose style theme. There's not going to be much provided other than these events. It's not like we're not going to be providing housing, you know what I'm saying, or lodging or anything like that. Or it's just kind of come for one day, come for 2 days. If you live in Florida, you can come for an hour or two, or you can fly in for the whole week. It really depends. And I just want to get these ideas out so we can get some feedback back in and get the conversation started. Dr. Narco Longo, what do you think about that? What's your vision for Atlantis Week? Because I think it should be like an annual thing, like every year.
Yeah, well said, L-Dog. Basically, we're crushing it with the full moon meetups. I mean, the first one we ever did, we had 50 people show up. I mean, that was extraordinary. The worst one we've ever had, which was still a blast, and it was only bad or worst because I couldn't promote it for a week. That was 15 people showed up to a wonderful old historic oak tree downtown Jacksonville. We couldn't even promote that. 15 people still showed up. We were censored couldn't post on YouTube, censored to smithereens on Instagram. 15 people still showed up. We smoked it down. Great time. Basically, we're just extending the invitation to spend more time together, because everyone's always bummed when we have to, wrap it up at the end of the night. People want to stay and Atlantis it up for, all night. And this way we're going to be able to. It's not going to be culty. It's not going to be granola-y. Basically, no, we're not going to be staying in tents. We're not going to be sharing, any. Make your own accommodations. If you got friends down here, comes, clear the calendar. Everyone's got a little family in South Florida, right? Everyone's got a little family, a grandma, a grandpa you haven't talked to in a million years, just go check on them in their dusty little compartment that you last tucked them away into. But everyone's got some fam in Florida. Everyone's got a good excuse to come to Florida. And especially in November, it's going to be getting shitty around, the North, Midwest. And we're going to have music, maybe a little comedy. I think so. We're going to have, obviously, access to everything here at the shop. If you'd like to buy, browse, come back home with a arsenal of occult literature and metaphysical paraphernalia, items of defense, armor for the against the Illuminati, New World Order, whatever you want to say. So we're just going to open up the doors to whoever wants to come and hang out for a week. And if you know people, if there's someone in the chat that you're good friends with, haven't had an excuse to meet up yet, maybe carpool, maybe make some arrangements together. And it's going to be a good time. Judging from the meetups, it will be a blast. 7 days of continuous meetup. Going to go to the beach Gonna play with some fucking giant trees. You're gonna see trees like you've never seen before. I can guarantee you that. You're going to see, you know, wild urban abundance, being able to walk down a street and forage like a full plates meal, you know? And a whole lot of other stuff. Like I said, music, gonna do something funny, have a comedian there or something.
A rap battle, something.
Rap battle,
Yeah.
karaoke, just garbage, white trash fun, good old Florida fun too. But yeah, that's it. That's the rundown.
And it's November 24th through December 1st. That sort of Thanksgiving
Yes.
area where, you know, you will have time off work. Most people have that Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday off. And some people, if you plan ahead, because it's all the way in November, you know, take that whole week. So I'm kind of in between. I'm going to take at least 3 or 4 days there, maybe do 7, because this could be fucking awesome. I've personally been to an Old World, Florida meetup last April. I've also been in the store. Meetup was awesome. The store, the bookstore, I'll say this. Their Rudolph Steiner collection kicks the shit out of Amazon. I don't know how your brother does it, but there's books from Rudolph Steiner there I've never seen before. So the website is worth checking out. The meetups are a lot of fun. A lot of you guys have probably been to them, but like a week-long meetup with amazing speakers, amazing events, and amazing guests. Atlantis Week 2024, here we come. So I'm looking forward to it. You're muted right now, Longo.
Sorry, I was muted. So yeah, enough blah 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 and cha-ching. Let's get into some Bible. Shift gears entirely, cut ties, do a quick little sin chicken ritual real quick to just, you know, fully cut ties with the money making portion of the show. Just kidding. We're going to get into the Bible here. And Shem might be joining us any second. But we're going to be reading through.
Was good. You guys got up to like the mushroom part, essentially, as I recall.
Yeah. Chapter 2. And I think we're getting into chapter 3 in Genesis.
Beauty.
So, yeah, guys. Mike, anything you want to touch on before we get into the old book here?
No, not really. I mean, I really appreciate you, and I really appreciate the channel, and I'm so grateful that I could be on it, and thanks for taking me on, and thanks for opening up to your patrons on the channel and bringing the grace back into people's lives and the knowledge and the understanding of what we really have here, you know, what we really are. We're magical beings in a magical place with, I mean, you never know who you're going to meet when you come to one of these meetups, or you come and you get out of your comfort zone and you go somewhere, you know, you never know who you're going to meet. So all these gatherings you're having and all these meetups you're having, and I'm so down for Atlantis Week. It's not even funny. I'll bring all my magical goodies and grace everybody. So thank you.
Fuck yeah. Thanks, Mike. I paid him to say that. Appreciate it. This is a two-way paid partnership. Just kidding.
The patron, you and me, it's a reciprocal relationship. We got the triangle.
Now I can get down with that. I can get down with a little three-way relationship there. Oh yeah.
Oh,
thanks, Mike. Nice. And Aldog's going to join us as long as he chooses to.
Yeah. I got like a half hour because I got to get up early for work, and I got to work on this audio book I'm working on. The audio book of the Charter is going to be.
Oh yeah.
It's going to be substantial, and I'm voicing every character, and I've been working on that like dude, like a psychopath, like waking up 3 or 4 in the morning before work. I worked on it like 5. Dude, audiobook's a lot. man, it's a lot. So I'm working on that really hard. And I'll be here for another half hour till 8 o'clock. Then I got to cut out. But I'm looking forward to getting into this Bible, because this right now is one of my favorite series. You know, an interesting breakthrough I've had and that you have shared is that within the truther world, truthers will accept anything except for the actual truth. You know what I'm saying? They have a hard time accepting things that are true. And I think that within the Bible, we have some of the most true things on the world, some things that are true on 7 layers. So this is probably my favorite series on the internet. And I'll be here for the next 30 minutes. And I look forward to getting into it as much as we can.
I'll stay
Sure.
on if it's cool.
Of course, Mike. Yeah, you're invited.
Yeah, and I just want to add to that there's a central north star, right? That we have to have something to come back to, because there is all of this information, there is this rainbow, but we have to center back into the written word that's been given to us, so we don't stray too far. And that's what the book is. That's what the good book is. It gives us our north star, you know.
Wow. I love that. The Bible is the North Star. That's a great metaphor.
Well, dude, that's very true. Even a critic of astrology would agree. Like Kent Hovind, who gave me one of the biggest gems of truth live on our interview that we did with him. I asked him about astrology, what he thinks of astrotheology, because he's a very free-thinking guy. And he said, well, Adam and Eve didn't have an inkwell or a printing press. So God wrote them the scriptures, the Bible, in the heavens, in the stars. You don't need a language to read it. You don't need you don't even need a telescope to read it, really, if you know what you're doing. And the north, if you know that you're centered on the North Pole, it's very easy to get your bearing night after night. And so the Bible is the stars. The Bible is in the stars. Well said, guys. Let's get into the book itself. Let's read a little Jenny. How's that, guys?
Yeah. Do you know where you last left off?
Yeah, we're going to recap a little bit at the end of Genesis chapter 2. We got to the point where Genesis chapter 2, guys, if you want to open up your Bibles here, King James Version only. If you don't got a King James Version, just take a hike. No, just kidding. But work on getting one. It's just easy. It's Kabbalistically correct. It's sacred geometry infused. You don't want that crummy American interpreted, modernized, standardized Bible. They lose all the nuance, lose all the geometric coding. All that Da Vinci Code magic is gone as soon as you open one of these American Standard, New Version Bibles, whatever. King James Version, good as it gets in the English language. But take what you can get. Don't be a snob, right? So at the end of chapter 2, verse 25, and they were both naked, the man and his wife, and were not ashamed. So we were kind of, with Shem, we were debating like the animalistic possibility of what, man looked like before he ate the fruit of knowledge of good and evil, fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. How perhaps man was more trapped in the unconscious, animalistic state, more like a automatic, like a primate, upright, but very acting on impulse, not partaking in free will, not, critiquing nature, not pondering things like man does. And this might be kind of the change in consciousness if we're telling the story linearly. Go catch up on our channel here, so we don't have to cover our tracks too much. But that's where we left off at the end of chapter 2. And I just want to do some disclaimers real quick, guys. I think you're going to like some of these disclaimers, because we just need to knock some knock some sense into some of these silly critiques of Christianity that come up, especially in the truther sphere. Number one, might have an ambulance coming by, but number one, all world religions exalt Jesus, but Jesus does not exalt all the other world religions. That's got to tell you something. Number two, no single church or denomination represents the pure teachings of Jesus. So if you're out there and you're saying, well, I had this bad experience at this church, and these guys say this about marriage, and these guys say this, not my problem, not Jesus's problem. Sort it out yourself. You had a bad experience at the tire shop. Does that mean that tires are evil? You had a bad experience at Smoothie King. Does that mean smoothies are evil? Right? We've got to put on our thinking caps here, especially when it comes to God and being a human and, what are we here? Why are we here? Anything but nihilism is a start, guys. So, but just to keep going here, these disclaimers, that needs to be said. We're not saying, oh, we're Catholic, we're this is the one way that you have to do it. No, just listen to Jesus. You'll be pretty good. Number three, Christianity is not only a valid religion, but is a valid method of enlightenment and holds as much, if not more, transcendental truth than other religions. Yeah, you can meditate and be a Christian. You can do yoga and be a Christian. Okay? There are people who won't like to hear this, but you can do Tantra and be a Christian. You can do psychedelics and be a Christian. Now, I'm not this new age, away with the inhibitions. You've got to stay true to the core. But we can push the envelope a little bit in these areas with good grounds, good spiritual grounds. You'll see how some of these superstitions are not well-deserved around those areas I just listed. But another disclaimer, all pagan and indigenous wisdom is contained within the Bible. Number five, Christianity is the most tolerant religion, and Muslims and Jews will tell you that themselves. You might have to, specify monotheistic religion, but I would still take it as the most tolerant religion in the world. I just heard Patrick Bet David say it yesterday. I don't know if he's Islam or Christian or what, but he's not from America, and you've got plenty of people agreeing, no matter how radicalized they are. Christianity is the most tolerant religion there is, despite what you've been shown in Hollywood, despite how triggered you've gotten over your history textbooks, despite how, oh no, that's Cesare Borgia. No, that's number 12, actually. Number 12 is the Cesare Borgia mix-up. But 6, just to, expound on number 5, number 6, millions of Native Americans willingly converted to Christianity, even the Seminoles, even the ones who never got stepped on and never gave up and never surrendered. They were interested in Jesus independently, authentically, organically. They wanted to get into Jesus. They saw it as a way of deepening their connection with their creator, the same creator. They weren't stupid. They were into syncretism to an extent, and they infused Christianity with their stuff, and they love it. Number 7, Christianity is not an outcropping of Judaism. Might have to specify. Christianity is not merely an outcropping of Judaism. We've proven that in other shows. Go back through them, especially the Irish one, St. Patrick's Day special. Cinco de Mayo today. Happy Cinco de Mayo, everyone. Number 8, Jesus was not a modern-day Jew. Jesus bared no affiliation to the modern-day people who claim themselves to be Jewish And you can have a whole other discussion on that. That Jewish doesn't even mean Hebrew. Now, I'm not claiming to, we're not going to prove that right here, but that's part of this disclaimer is that's how I operate as a Christian. I don't see Christianity as an extension of Judaism. I see it an extension of astrotheology, syncretism. It's the newest program. It's the greatest update to the system, to nature, to man's consciousness. And we're about due for a new update. Don't get me wrong. But we're at the end of the age of Pisces, and we're still got a little gas in the tank on the Jesus train. Trust me, the age of Pisces needs that. Follow through to the whistle, guys. Okay, we're bringing Jesus all the way into the age of Aquarius. Then it'll shift naturally. Don't let them supplant him with an Antichrist, which means Aquarius, by the way, Antichrist, before Christ. Jesus is the age of Pisces. Aquarius is the age before Pisces. But the ages move backwards, so it's Pisces, Aquarius. But Aquarius comes before Pisces in the zodiac, Antichrist. Number 9, disclaimer number 9. Jesus was an Essene, and the only, connection that he bears to modern Judaism is that he was an Essene and he actively preached against the modern, what would become, what took shape into modern rabbinical Judaism. Chiefly speaking out against blood sacrifice and animal sacrifice, which is a fact. No hate, just facts. Number 10. Many so-called Christian tenets, such as original sin, are not the teachings of Jesus. Another fact that kind of goes hand in hand with number 2. No single church or denomination represents the pure teachings of Jesus. 11. Opposition to blood sacrifice is the number 1 tenet of true Christianity. That's the new update. That's the switch from the age of Aries, from the age of blood, spilt blood, to the age of forgiveness and infinite life, infinite Pisces, Finn. Financial, age of finances too. Don't get me wrong. Lots of deception and spells and illusion. But that's number 11. And number 12, the image of Jesus popularized around the world is not Cesare Borgia. That's a very recent little update, little, kind of agenda. Yes, that happened. It was small. It was pushed. And actually, I would counter that with they wanted Cesare Borgia, who's probably ugly and inbred and a mouth breather, to look like a handsome Jesus, painted him like a handsome Jesus, and the Pope loved that rendition so much that then he said, this image, this rendition of my son looking like Jesus will be the new Jesus. Now, that may have happened, but you can take it to the bank, and I put it forth as fact, irrefutable fact, that Jupiter and Zeus, and perhaps even Apollo, are the direct inspiration for the facial features, the image of Jesus popularized around the world. So, Jesus is not Cesare Borgia. And when you worship a white Jesus, a light-haired Jesus, you're not worshiping some racist, false billboard that the Pope slapped up. No, you're fooled if you think that. And you've been duped way too easy. Look back. It's obvious. Jupiter, Zeus, Thor, being the planet Jupiter, but perhaps also Apollo, because it is the sun, the Father and the Son in one. That's Jupiter and the Sun, ruling the age of Pisces together. That is where you get... Here, we got Shem in here.
Shem
What's up,
Diesel.
What's up, Shem?
Come on, fellas.
What's up, Shem?
Let's listen to the show.
Nice. You in the tunnel right now?
Well, I just got out. They let me out earlier today.
Nice. Still got some dust on your shoulders?
Yeah.
No, my boy. Good to have Shem here, guys. Check out his channel, Tartarian Truth.
You just got brought up on my channel not too long ago, like about 40 minutes ago, when Jason from Archaics was talking about you
He was talking about me.
today on his stream. Yeah, but let's continue.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Let's continue
Very
with the Bible, man.
nice. Love it.
Funny stuff.
What were we talking about?
We're talking about Jesus and how he's not that Borgia guy, whatever.
Yeah, just the quick disclaimers here. That was the last disclaimer is Cesare Borgia is not Jesus. And if you're getting triggered at a picture of Jesus because you think it's Cesare Borgia, you're just a clown, ultimately. Because 5 minutes on Google would prove to you that Jesus has been looking like Thor, like Zeus, like Apollo, maybe a little skinnier. I'll give you that. Maybe a little thinner, right? But definitely Zeus, Jupiter, Thor, King Arthur, even, sometimes you see Jesus depicted in armor. But way back when, they've never even heard of Cesare Borgia. And you've got Jesus being depicted, like Zeus. Guy with a Northern European guy with a big beard and noble features. Very noble features. That's not Cesare Borgia. He, like I said, he's a disgusting mouth breather, probably. Yeah, Shem?
So I know maybe this is a little bit controversial, but according to the Jewish people themselves, Jesus was part
Good
of
people,
the
yes.
part of
Jesus
the was part of the priestly families. Like since he was in a scene, he was automatically a part of the high priest. Like he had direct contact with the Pharisees and the Talmud and the other texts where the rabbi are debating. They call him a rabbi and they refer to him as if he was a part of their community. So that being said, why am I bringing that up? Because a lot of those people were like the average Jew with red hair and stuff, the whole graphic that fits into that area.
Right. Now, he probably had a whole different chronology, let's say, than the average, people you're kind of describing. And on an earlier episode, we went into who the original Hebrews probably were in the Bible. There's great evidence to show they were Northern European, if not Irish, Scottish. Okay, hey guys, I'm Irish. Yep, I'll say it. But there's great evidence to show that. The ancient Greek word for Hebrew is the ancient Greek word for Irish. Very, very little difference between the two. And it's the same word for Iberia. Hibernia is what they called Ireland. Iberia is what they called, the Spanish peninsula, Iberian Peninsula. And that's where you get your Sephardim. Hang on, why half the... Yes, Shem?
That would make perfect sense, especially if you believe mainstream chronology with the splitting of the two kingdoms when the exilarchs were basically sent all the way over to Iberia and even Ireland and all those places. That's why you hear about the sages or the Gauls or some of these people who are very similar to.
Yes.
But I think you know what I'm saying, so just continue.
Well,
that would be a reason why he would be called Irish as well, because since he was technically an exilarch, the exilarchs were more than likely sent to Ireland as well. So by the time they had returned during the time period of Jesus's life, then yes, he would have been potentially Irish, right? It's realistic.
Yep. Go check out Ross Broadstock too, guys, if you want to check out some further gravy on this. He died on a live stream of like a heart attack. Very tragic. Go support his family. Still runs his YouTube channel and posts old stuff. But he basically was proving, with the help of some other guys who'd written some great books, that Welsh, Irish, Scottish, clearly closer to ancient Hebrew than people think. Is that a Phoenician connection? That's a whole nother debate. But basically, it's not just because we know for a fact that Jewish and Hebrew people were returning back to Scotland, or sorry, that they were going to Scotland in mass. The last 500 years, if not more. The beginning of Freemason is said to have been escaped. Not just Templars escaped, but Jews who had escaped to Scotland. And the rights of Solomon, the Jacobites, all this very biblical, and it's all rabbinical too. The big bushy beards, dressing up like girls. Sorry, Scots. Don't dress up like girls, guys. Kilts are cool, but let the girls wear them. There's nothing cool about wearing a kilt. That was a Zionist trick played on the Scots to feminize them. The reeds of the bagpipe, which are badass, I love them, but it's the same as the reeds that the ancient Israelites would play, though maybe minus the bag. So your ancient Israelite music, very heavy on the reeds, like a symphony of reeds, very shrill, lots of oboe going on. Oboe's very, Jewish instrument. Whatever. So we've gone through it a whole bunch. Irish gravy, Hebrew identity. Just clearing it up, prefacing before we get in deeper here. Shem, we wrapped up at the end of chapter 2, right? Genesis chapter 2.
Last week, yeah, we're about where we're at. We were about to get to the part where they actually consume the fruit.
Nice. We were talking about the mushroom a little bit, staging this whole fruit eating scene, like Shem said. But just to recap, Adam was given a wife. He named her. No, he didn't name her yet. Sorry, he doesn't name her till later. Adam said, "This is now my bone of my bones. This is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman." So he did come up with woman. Sorry. Because she was taken out of man. "Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his wife, and they shall be one flesh. And they were both naked, the man and his wife, and were not ashamed." So being naked and not ashamed in the wilderness could imply like an animal nature, like man hadn't evolved out of this animal state, just eating, reproducing, maybe not reproducing. That's a whole other Genesis theory, is that man lived in the garden, man and woman lived in the garden with no need to reproduce because they lived forever. Now, it doesn't give us details on population yet, but Adam and Eve may represent a large group of people, a village of people, whole population. Who knows? But starting with chapter 3, Genesis. "Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field, which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman," the serpent said, "and he said unto the woman, Yea, hath God said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden? And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God hath said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die. For God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil." So we'll pause right there. And I just want to go back to the beginning. So look at the word serpent. Okay. The word serpent is the first. Nice. What are we looking at, Shem? Here, I'll blow you up. Illustration in your Bible. Very
You're
cool.
muted, Shem.
You're muted, dude.
My bad. I think it's interesting how Adam is depicted as just like looking dead. Obviously he's not, but you can see how exhausted he is. But yeah, this is a Dore drawing.
Dude, thank you for bringing that up, actually. Let's rewind a little bit because I jotted down some notes about rib. So just right there, we'll rewind to Genesis 21. And what's so funny?
He said, "Put the Talmud down." Someone said, "Who's the guy looking in the window behind you?" And someone said, "Put the Talmud down." This is
That's funny.
the King James version.
Yeah, dude, put the Tanakh away, dude. Tanakh.
That was last week. We'll switch it up.
So Genesis chapter 2, verse 21. We're going to revisit here for a sec because we had some great comments giving some good insight. We didn't, give the whole dose of gravy that this passage deserves. Verse 21, and the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and he slept, and he took one of his ribs, and closed up the flesh instead thereof. Now, when we were talking, I think I brought up ribosome and riboflavin, maybe, which are, ribosome is important to RNA.
Whoa.
And then riboflavin is vitamin B2, which is also essential for cell growth. So rib has this, chemical meaning, rib. But I think I mainly focused on the difference between great apes. Here, just to expound on it a little more, I jotted this down afterwards. Doing homework, guys, trying to sweep, tie up any loose ends we didn't catch on the last one. This is one that was worth noting. Bonobos, gorillas, and chimpanzees have 13 pairs of ribs, or 26 in all. Humans and orangutans both have 12 pairs, or 24 ribs. So we have one whole less pair of ribs than bonobos, gorillas, and chimpanzees. Is that the rib that was taken out? Lloyd Pye does a whole presentation on that. Very good. Gets into a little Bigfoot territory, but really cool stuff. The Star Child skull. But here's where it also gets crazy. Just DNA in general. It's clearly like a genetic experiment. The genetic experiment having to do with DNA, no matter which way you look at it. The ribs also have bone marrow. Ribs grow back also. This is one of the only places that you can grow back. Parts of your body you can grow back 100%. Average Joe can grow back a rib. Isn't that crazy? And another thing with the rib removal, it's got to be said. Where's my Box Saga bros out there? Okay. Oh, well, sorry, the DNA. In the word DNA, the middle syllable of DNA is rib. DNA spelt out is deoxyribonucleic acid. Deoxyribonucleic acid. DNA. So the right before the N in DNA is rib. Deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA. A ribosome is an intercellular structure made of both RNA and protein, and it is the site of protein synthesis in the cell. DNA, or a double helix, as it's, symbolized, is ribbon-like by nature. Ribbon. Magic mushrooms, which we're going to be talking about here, are a substantial source of riboflavin, aka vitamin B2. Very important for growth and red blood cell production, which you also find in the bone marrow in a rib. Now, the Box Saga, to shift gears here and cover a lot of territory, okay? The Box Saga says that Adam, Box Saga is a Finnish oral tradition, very strange, but very illuminating, sheds light on why we count the way we do, why sound and alphabets are all this, roughly the same. The Box Saga says that Adam autofellatioed. the arts and sciences into existence. I kid you not. And there's other philosophies out there, like deep, real philosophers have said, God must be autoerotic if he can create out of nowhere, whatever your scientific terminology for that is, to create on soul impulse, a solo creator.
Parthenogenesis.
Exactly. Thank you. Kind of implies parthenogenesis and parthenogenesis. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I believe that's the correct term, but I'm not 100% sure.
So God is self-creating, self-procreating. And goats, why do we use the word God for goat? Why do we use the word goat to describe God? You can argue all day on why God is God, but why do we use the word God, goat, to describe that concept? Well, it's because, in part, goats can actually autofellatio.
There's another interesting
In nature. And who is famous, who as a human is famous for autofellatioing, whether it's true or not? Marilyn Manson. Marilyn Manson was rumored, I think grew up in Florida in part. He was rumored to have had ribs removed to make it easier to self-suck. Is that not hilarious?
I remember.
You want to know when Marilyn Manson's birthday is? He's a Capricorn. He's a goat. They have an affinity for that. Capricorns. Eeyore Bach was a goat, a Capricorn. Watch out for your Capricorns, guys. Make sure they wash their hands after shaking a Capricorn's hands. Just kidding. But Capricorns can be flexible, believe it or not, even though they have a reputation for being stiff. They do great with body work, things like that. And yeah, look into the mythology of that. Goats are always in mythology. It's weird, but wouldn't you like to know why? Right? Shem?
Another weird connection with the goat is the goat of Mendes from ancient Egyptian mythology that talks about like basically a woman having intercourse with a goat. But another reason why the goat could be so honored is because in relation to Jewish people, circumcision, I guess there's some scholars that talk about it, about how a goat's penis looks like a circumcised human's penis, and so they honor them because of that reason.
That doesn't surprise me. The Bach Saga would probably agree with that.
But
now, this is not something we're, promoting here or anything like that, but these are some connections with the rib removal process that have to be mentioned. Talking about what does the rib signify. I've also heard people say...
I'm sorry.
Sorry?
I was going to say, doesn't the Bach Saga say something about a goat and a monkey? What if the monkey is a personification of the woman?
Well, there you go. A monkey with a missing rib fathering mankind with a goat, perhaps. But the Bach Saga doesn't get into the ribs. It just says mankind is the offspring of a monkey or an ape and a goat. Now, that's pretty funny, but there's a lot to that. We're not going to make this whole Bach Saga stream. We got to keep it moving here. I'm not going to have another paranoid American situation on our hands here. Shem, I see what you're doing. Trying to push my buttons.
I feel similar to you about the Bach Saga. I have my opinions on it. I think it has a lot of value as well, and it's fascinating to me that how much it ties into history without even trying to. Like, I was never expecting it to be a crucial part of understanding what happened in the past. So I have nothing against it.
Totes. Love it. All right, guys. So that's kind of all the disclaimers. That's we rewinded just to clear that up about the rib, because that's a huge keyword. It means so much. What does the rib mean? Why did God need the rib? God can just snap his fingers and create out of. Huh?
God love barbecue.
Gotta have them ribs, son. Hell yeah. Mike,
Yeah.
you're doing a great job of being quiet, man.
Well,
Uh,
gonna say this is really interesting that you're bringing that I came on to this particular show, because I've had a transmission about, and I'd like to talk about it. And I did mushrooms, I took mushrooms, and I had a very specific transmission about this exact part of Genesis that we're talking about right now. And the transmission was that when Adam and Eve were in the garden, and Eve took the fruit from the snake and ate it and gave it to Adam, we went from our power coming straight from source to giving our power to the serpent. And when we gave our power to the serpent, just like, and it's kind of tying everything in, we went from where would we go? Where would we go if we're in abundance? And now we need to experience what it is to have high limitation on the mind, body, and spirit. And we get banished to the desert. We get banished to the desert where now we have fear that's completely consumed our life. From light to fear, we go into the dark, and now we need shelter, and we go into a place that we don't have. We have caves of shelter. It's very hard to find food. It's very hard to find water. It's very hard, right? Going from a place where we didn't need to drink, we didn't need to procreate, we didn't
right.
need anything. We could just taste the water if we felt like it. We could eat the fruit if we felt like it. And then we move into now the man has, it moves, his energy moves to procreation. Now he has to follow the woman. He has to seed all of humanity. And what happened when he started seeding with Eve is they had two children, right? And one was evil and one was good. And that's how the bloodline started creating itself, was that all these different souls could come here, and or all these different souls could have that good and evil experience. And what happened was, now that we see here a lot of marriages have been ending and all of that stuff, is because we were stuck in these marriages where there was a taker and a giver, and it kind of nulled each other out. And I'm starting to see all of these different marriages, people going their separate ways, and that crux was the 2020 crux, where everything, in 2020 shifted. And that's the transmission that I got. And we went to having lives of hundreds of years, and then we got to the medieval times, and then life expectancy was 30 years on average. And now we're moving back to where our life expectancy is going up. So we're reaching a pinnacle again, to where, like I was talking about before, the angel of death ecosystem, right? The serpent's ecosystem, where it puts you to sleep, it drains you, it puts you down, you fall asleep, you get reborn again, right? And now we're moving into the angel of life, where we're starting to find all these plants, all these different things that help bring life into our body, and not depreciation, but appreciation. So it's very interesting that you brought me uh, upon to talk about this. And I also got a transmission that the serpent controls everything here on the physical plane. It can play with you. Everything can feel right, let's say, about your partner, but that partner could be draining you, and you feel like everything seems right. Oh, we have, our anniversary on the most perfect day. This actually happened to me, where my ex-partner, we consummated on um 02/22/2022, which you met her actually. And that was my parents' anniversary. 1982 actually was their anniversary. So we got together on that day, and she was the most gorgeous and loving person. But everything on the outside, physically, all the five senses were like telling me that it was good, but my sixth sense, right, which connects me directly to my higher self, to God, whatever you want to call it, was telling me that something wasn't right. But then all my five senses were playing against me. So that was a really big lesson that I had learned here in our, and I feel like that is what Judgment Day is. It's like, are you
Yeah.
going to your sixth sense, and how
Mhm.
much have you sharpened your knife that sense, and or are you still of the flesh? Are you still in that animal kingdom where you want sins of the flesh, or comforts of the flesh rather?
Wow. Now, guys, this is very relevant because the whole marriage thing is pretty much in the same breath as the whole fruit discussion in Genesis. And the age of Aquarius is, astrologers tell us, the age of divorce
Mm-hmm.
and separation. And Aquarius rules separation in your chart, and individuality, independence, of course, but also Libra, who is the serpent. Mike's right on the money here, believe it or not. It's serpent is marriage. How is that? Libra is the seventh sign of the zodiac. September.
Mm-hmm.
Serp. Sept is the same word as serp. September is serpentember.
Mm-hmm.
7 is the seventh serpent. And Libra is the evening. It is the halfway point of the zodiac. It is Eve. It is literally Eve, and it's evil because it rules sunset. And it rules temptation because sunset is the most beautiful time of day. And you almost want to chase the sunset. But what happens? It only brings darkness. So it's the most beautiful time of day, right before the dark. And then you have to wait a full night for the sun to rise again. So Libra rules temptation, serpents, and marriage and romantic partnership, all in the same zodiac sign. And we've got some stuff I wrote down about serpent. 7, the connections there. Look this up. In Irish, there's a connection between 7 and serpent. In Latin, 7 and serpent, sept. But serpent equals 7. Libra is the 7th sign, September. Hebrew is serpent. The word used in the Hebrew Bible is nahash. Nahash, meaning snake.
Mm-hmm.
Nahas in Arabic and certain Jewish dialects, Hebrew dialects, means coppersmith. Hang on, snake or a coppersmith? Well, how can you rectify the two meanings? Easy. Astrology is Libra. Libra rules copper, and especially coppersmithing, and it rules serpents and snakes, and it rules marriage, like Mike was touching on earlier. And Nahas in Arabic is coppersmith. Libra rules copper and the serpent, 7th sign of the zodiac, like we said. And it's also referred to as the evil one, because the evening is when the sunset comes. Temptation, most tempting sign of the zodiac. And it rules romance. It's easy to get swept up in the Venusian, seduction. But here, let's take it from a Libra himself, someone who got married and preached against marriage, everything in between, experienced it all. Let's read a little something from Aleister Crowley, who was a Libra himself. Let's see if he can give us any insights into the serpent, seduction, marriage, love, and law connection. Because what does Libra rule? Love, romance, and marriage through Venus, its primary ruler, and then law through Saturn, its secondary ruler. Saturn exalts in Libra. That's set. That's why it's sunset. the sun is defeated by Set in Libra.
Falling in love. Falling in love.
Fall in love, and yes, and love is evil backwards. Not to say that it's evil, but it is evil backwards. Love. And let's see what Aleister Crowley wrote in the Book of the Law. He was born in October, but he's a Libra, I think. He is a Libra for sure. I think he's born in October. Definitely a Libra. Quote from Book of the Law. And we're not promoting Aleister Crowley. If you don't like him, whatever, I don't care. But we're gaining some insight from him, who's of the most occult, initiation, insight. He goes, quote, I am the snake that giveth knowledge and delight and bright glory and stir the hearts of men with drunkenness. To worship me take wine and strange drugs thereof. To worship me take wine and strange drugs whereof I will tell my prophet, and be drunk thereof. They shall not harm ye at all. It is a lie. This folly against self. The exposure of innocence is a lie. Be strong, O man. Lust. Enjoy all things of sense and rapture. Fear not that any god shall deny thee for this. And then another excerpt. Invoke me, O man. Invoke me under my stars. Love is the law. Love under will. Nor let the fools mistake love. Here's the important part right here. Helps you remember. For there are love and love. There is the dove and there is the serpent. Choose ye well. I usually say it the rhyming way. There is love and there is love. There is the serpent and there is the dove. Right? So there's love, like, yes, romance, but then there's love. The deeper, the serpent, the knowledge, the gnosis. Is this talking about Tantra? Probably a little bit. Is it talking about magic mushrooms? Definitely. He mentioned drunkenness.
Well, the dove is also a representation of the Holy Spirit and the Queen of Heaven.
Yes. Great point. And also Genesis, kind of the first animal to take a main stage in Genesis is the serpent. And kind of the last animal to take a main stage in Genesis is the dove, signifying, the landing of Noah's Ark. So
Purified feminine energy is what I'm getting from it. I'm still trying to figure that out because it doesn't make sense. I'm sorry if you want to finish your point because I do have a question about.
That's it.
Written down.
Just that's it. Aleister Crowley, hate him, like him, love him, hate him, whatever. But he gave us some insight as to Libra, being a Libra, how it encapsulates the serpent, love, and law all in one, and the seduction, the sheer lust for life, sensory overload. Just, give me the drugs, give me the mass, beauty queens, just hedonism, you could say. But that's the characteristics of Libra to an extent. And there's another key word that we're going to hone in on here that's going to give us some good gravy. Pin down the identity of the serpent a little bit more is chapter 3. Now the serpent, which might mean 7, like we said, Libra, 7th sign of the zodiac. Adam would be the first. Adam, Aries, the beginning, the sunrise. Now the serpent was more subtle, but it's not subtle how we spell it today in English. It's subtil.
Mm-hmm.
Subtil with an I.
Supple.
Subtil. Now the serpent was more subtil than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, hath God said, Ye shall not eat of the tree of the garden? So, who's the serpent? What does subtil mean? Is it the same word as subtle with an L-E? It's not. It probably directly inspired. It might just be a simple spelling change. But when we look up subtil, it's not just sneaky or unnoticed or, nuanced or things like that. subtle with an LE. It's a whole nother character to the word. So I'll bring that up here. Got to flip through some of my slides.
What I can, so what would you be more apt to do? You'd be more apt to go lay down in a comfortable situation with a woman or some kind of situation where you're going to lay down on a warm pillow and go to sleep and get drained, right? That's what you'd be more apt to do. It's not going to come to you and try to scare you. It's going to let you lay down, get you in its field, and drain you.
Yeah. I interpret the serpent Libra thing is just a, temptation, sort of taking all these Libra qualities and overindulging with them will lead you to death, essentially.
Yep.
That's kind of what I'm getting from that part of chapter 3.
Absolutely. And the sunset is the eternal, universal allegory for this. Is the sunset is typically when people, start smelling food getting cooked up downtown, and you want to take your person out for a date at sunset, and all the romance is there. It's so easy to get fooled and swept up in the sunset of life, right? Which is like, when all the conditions seem perfect and too beautiful to be true. Sunset can rob you of the light, because you go outside, you think you're going to be getting a sunrise because it looks like a sunrise, usually more beautiful, dare I say, more alluring, illustrious, and then boom, it's gone, and it's just pitch black, and you don't want to be caught out in the middle of nowhere chasing the sunset and then get hit with darkness, blindsided. So that's why the sunset astrotheology, it's not just the year, the astrotheology, it's in the micro, it's in the day too. Sunset, set being Saturn.
Yeah. And the macro, the universe also has black holes and a sun, and a sun has no chance if it's in the black hole's realm getting sucked into it. And then it's just death and rebirth in the macro and the micro.
Black holes be sucking sounds like our vice president.
That's funny.
Here, subtil, guys. I just want to touch on this before we move past it. The adjective subtle, it's the same word as subtle, but there's a minor difference. It further pins down Libra as the main stage for this part of Genesis. Adjective, fine. Fine goes back to Venus and Pisces, because Venus exalts in Pisces. Fine, it's the fin, fine goods, craftsmanship, it's beauty, it's, quality. And this is also goes back to Venus, Phoenix, Phoenician, fine. If someone's, you call someone fine, you're saying they're beautiful, like Venus. If you, in Sweden, they say fine or fin for beauty, sweet. Like you fiend for something, you're an admirer of it. It's Venus. This dependency is kind of a core theme.
You're talking about balance. Is there any reference in any of this or in astrology to a viper by any chance?
Wow.
Well, 1 second. Yes. Perfect. Please piggyback what I'm going to say with that. But the key word here is balance. A fine balance. It doesn't get any more Libra than saying fine balance. Delicate. This is the sign that rules balance, the scales, the symbol for law, the scales, Libra. Libra, LB is pounds. That's why we weigh things in LB, Libra. Fine balance. But I'm going to bring up another picture here, but talk about what you were just talking about, Shem. What's the point about the viper?
In reference to the descendants of David, there's something in the Zohar that talks about just going to read some of it. If you want to bring it up, I pulled it up as well, but you don't need to. I can just read from it. So this is from Zohar Bereshit 6. It's talking, Bereshit is like Genesis, basically. So this is commentary on Genesis. So it says, basically, I'm going to read some of it and skip down. It says, King David, who is the seeker of the female principle, receives everything from Zer Anapin. He then distributes it down to the lower words of Birya, Yitzra, and Asiya, as it is written. So that Zer Anpin thing, that's the tree of life. So David's receiving all this. So it says later on that his offspring, let's see, where is it? These spirits produced from within that mist immediately congealed. They became dry and without any moisture. These spirits, which were male and female, produced a multitude of evil spirits. From this, all the might of impure spirit appeared in all of those strong spirits. This is the secret of Kelipa of the foreskin. So another reference to circumcision. These spirits were strengthened in impurity, though through the violent demons. One is called a viper, and the other is a serpent. And these two kinds become one. The viper bears offspring every 70 years, while the serpent only every 7 years. But as they are joined together, everything returned to the 7 years of the serpent. Therefore, a viper begets every 7 years like the serpent, and they become as if one species.
That's like it's a very tunnel version of Genesis, where they're just talking about serpents and snakes instead of men and women. Because it's interesting that you brought up balance, because we're talking about the whole man woman dynamic. Balance is a huge part of that. You know, the polarity between the man and the woman, the complementary nature of it all. And if we could go back to the end of chapter 2, when they talk about and shall cleave onto his wife and they shall be one flesh. You know, there are times in a relationship, right, where you're not two separate entities. You know what I mean? It's one entity. And then it goes on to talk about how, and then when I think about that quote, and they shall be one flesh, and then I think about the Catholic divorce is prohibited, right? Because like in their view, perhaps that you're separating this one singular entity. And people love to take shots at the Catholics all day, but because of they have this no on divorce, it's kind of kept a lot of families together, because they do have this biblical view where there is one flesh. You know what I'm saying? So I thought that was really interesting. I just wanted to mention that. And just, the Libra serpent representing balance in relationships. That was a huge breakthrough for me just now. But I got to get going, fellas. I got to get up early tomorrow. I got to work on this audiobook. Shem, I think you got some juicy gossip you'd like to share later in the show. Really looking forward to that, dude. I think, Mike, awesome to meet you, man. I'm looking forward to checking out that blue stuff. I'm going to check that out for sure. And I look forward to trying that. Shem, Dr. Longo, I got to go, but I just spilled some major gravy, dude, about sort of the Catholic view on divorce as it pertains to man and woman being one flesh. I thought that was such a good quote. And Libra being balanced in relationships when the serpent is mentioned. Huge breakthroughs I just had. But I got to get going, guys. Awesome to hang out with you guys all again. I'll talk to you soon. All right,
man.
Peace out, dog. Go buy his book, guys. Charter.
And
I just got ripped.
Oh,
Wow.
okay.
The roaches got you.
Hmm?
The roaches got you.
Oh, no. I got the roaches, guys.
So you just spoke on 7 again, and then 70. So again, every 7 years as a human, we completely change where we are as a person. We kind of shed our skin 7 years, and we're reborn every 7 years.
Right. 100%. Jesus actually says, I don't know if it's explicitly, we're a ways off from getting into the New Testament, but Jesus actually says there's one interpretation that Jesus teaches. He is the seventh day of the Sabbath, and that the days are levels you can attain within yourself, and that by observing the Sabbath, you're enlightening yourself. Maybe you're choosing a day to focus on that, but it's not the days of the week. They're torches within the body that you're lighting. The seventh one being Jesus. So you could say these are the nerve centers of the body, or chakras.
There's still sects that light candles for Jesus in Jerusalem. That's interesting. I haven't heard that. I don't think I've heard that before or thought about the connection. And on
Mhm.
the Sabbath, the woman of the household is the one who lights the candle.
Yeah.
They're allowed to do that, and men are not allowed to do that type of work on Saturdays.
Mhm. Yeah, that's another thing. Jesus rejected the Sabbath. People fall so hard for the Sabbath. Jesus rejected the Sabbath. He cleared it up. He said, yeah, you can celebrate it. It's good. You've got to keep that 1/7 of your being. You can interpret it as 1/7 of your week for the Lord, for focusing on God, learning about God, spirituality, philosophy, things like that. But yeah, let's keep moving on. Subtil. We got into subtil. I've got some visuals here that are good that we can look at. There's another subtil one. Fine, delicate, or refined, as in facial features or art. That is especially Libra by nature. So subtil, further pinning down the serpent as Libra. You've got serpents in trees back in ancient Greek mythology. So this is nothing new, really. The Bible didn't come up with this. Not saying it's not true. These are eternal truths, right? But let's get into the serpent a little bit more. This is Bach Tower. And I saw a good comment earlier, good comments. What else is the serpent? Now, obviously, the serpent could be the sine wave, like you were saying. Oh, wow. Micmac with another banger, too. Yes. Till. Wonderful. Like to till the ground, like low to the ground, beneath the foliage, like a mushroom. Boom. That's a real good one. When we get to the fruit, the forbidden fruit here in a sec, we'll revisit this. But definitely, subtil could mean low to the ground, like a serpent or a mushroom, not a high growing tree. Serpent was more subtil, close to the ground, close to the mushrooms. And when people take mushrooms, they report seeing serpents. They report seeing the serpentine energy of the universe. The serpent takes over. Ride the snake. The King's Highway. That's in Florida, guys. The Doors, the end. The ride the snake to the ancient lake, whatever. This universal collective unconscious, when you take mushrooms or acid, you see this serpentine energy. Universally reported by shamans and drug, enthusiasts alike.
Another thing about this reference that Micmac made is under the till, under. I'm guessing that means under the soil as well. You could think about the Cain murdering Abel when Cain was the one who would till the soil, put him underneath the soil.
Right. Well, it's a punishment. That's a punishment of man coming out of the garden. When he's pushed out of the garden, God says you have to till the ground. You have to, be agricultural now instead of frugivorous. You have to, wait it out. But the sine wave is right. So whoever left that comment, you're right, 100%. The sine wave is the serpent. But it's harder to connect that etymologically to Libra. That's why I focused on the 7, the serpent, the fall time, evening, eve. Very easy to make a case for Libra, but let's make a case for the sine wave. That's why I included this sundial. There's another word for the serpent or the needle on a sundial. Anathema, is that right? Something like that. But it's the needle of the sundial, often is accompanied by a serpent. Why? Because it's indicating the sine wave. So the serpent universally is the sine wave. I'm with you. And at Bach Tower especially, which is a place that I think holds a lot of secrets. Here, this is Analematic. This is the other sundial at Bach Tower, where you stand and you are the sundial yourself. That's called an analematic sundial, this one. Then they have the mounted one on the tower itself. I'll see if I got another angle. Here we go. This is the sundial on Bach Tower in the middle of Florida. We had a meetup there a couple weeks ago. Great turnout. Great time. You've got the zodiac here. On the tower, on the door, there's the scenes of Genesis. You know the birthday? What zodiac sign this guy was? Who put all this together? He's a Libra. Edward Bach. Ladies' Home Journal. Interior design, feng shui, like home, housewife advice. He was an editor for one of these magazines, Ladies' Home Journal. And that's how he apparently made all this money, among other things, and built this out of pink granite or pink marble, I forget.
Of course.
Yeah, Shem?
I thought it was funny that that's how he made his money. I don't know why.
Yeah, very girly, which is a Libra thing too. Libras can be like that, very ruled by Venus, very into cosmetics and decor and balance and beauty. So Libras are beautifiers. They can't help it. So they can come across as feminine, but they're not feminine. They're just very like metro, if that makes sense. Metrosexual, very into their looks. Libra men are always very into their looks, always squared away, eyebrows squared away. Outfit planned out, squared away. Libras are all about aesthetic. 100%.
Can we dissect that word analematic on the sundial?
Oh,
Yeah.
Shout
Sure.
out.
Yeah. Do you want to go ahead, Doctor? Or
Go for it. I think I see what you're. Anal.
Right.
Anal.
Right. Anal.
Emma. We got any Emmas in the chat tonight?
Or
You got any Mats?
or matic, right? So it creates a mechanism for the animal part of us to be into the sphere of time and to, right, because time is one of the constructs that we fall into when we leave the garden. Now we're in a time, and now we're learning what good and evil is in time. You didn't do this in time. You didn't get out of that marriage in time. And I feel like that's why a lot of people get cancer and start getting diseases and stuff like that, because their soul is trying to speak to them, and they're in this really horrific marriage or job that they absolutely can't stand, and they're not getting the transmission. So the only thing that would move them out of it slowly, so it's not a shock to everybody, and maybe possibly get them out of the marriage or get them out of the job, right, is to get a cancer because they're not getting it, because they have to be dead, they have to die and be reborn again.
Right.
So you're saying they're manifesting that because they subconsciously don't want to be in their marriage anymore? Is that what you're saying?
Yep, marriage, job, any kind of circumstance that is detrimental to their spiritual growth.
Right.
It's an interesting concept. I mean,
yeah.
So we've got the 12 signs of the zodiac here. You've got this needle with the serpent on it, clearly representing the sine wave, the path of the sun through the ecliptic, through the year, returning right to where it started. This is the yearly serpent. So the sine wave is the serpent. Whoever commented that, 100%, we're with you. And among the other things we listed, Libra, right? Libra is the halfway point. It's the balance between the two halves of the year. And this is the major shift between seasons too. It's the second equinox. That's your serpent, Libra, changing weather conditions. Maybe that's something that was only applied after the departure from Eden. Whether the year, the heavens might have been more fixed in an Eden or paradise-like situation, and being cast out of that, having to till the ground, it kind of implies play the weather game, play the game with nature. And a Garden of Eden wasn't so much hostile to human life,
Right.
like the world is today.
Yeah, it would make sense that it would be fixed in a certain kind of experience where you didn't have to procreate. I mean, they didn't have to have any children there. They were just as is. Yeah, that would make perfect sense. And then time, and then seasonal, quarterly. Yeah.
So yeah,
I don't know. I thought maybe they would still have those natural desires, but they wouldn't be seen as a negative thing, or they wouldn't be aware of them being a negative thing, was my perception. But
right,
obviously, I'm open to both sides.
right. Well, there's definitely an animalistic, there's an animalism applied, like a bestial nature in man before he took a bite from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And that's why E. Calloway, among others, lots of people have argued that it was the right thing to do. The word sin isn't used in these instances. Evil clearly means like Eve, maybe a mistake, but it was necessary for free will to come about in the human species. Free will, again, going back to Aleister Crowley's quote, he's all about will. Do as thou wilt. Libra is all about, I don't want to say rebellion, but it's individual. It's the mediator between good and evil. Wants to play, middle ground between the devil's advocate. And Libra as people, they embody a lot of these traits. But evil just means Eve. So when Eve took a bite from the fruit, which we're going to get to here in a sec, it might not have been the bad thing. And a lot of Christians might go wrong by attaching all this superstition to that decision. E. Calloway, Florida's 1936 Republican candidate for governor, argued otherwise. He said it had to be done. Otherwise, man would be like the monkey. Man had to eat the fruit in order to surpass the other beasts of the field. And did it complicate his life? Yes. We're not just dilly-dallying in the garden, fruit, sex, repeat. It's a hard life, and lots of nature's out to get us. And this clearly seems to be from, we were given free will, and it brought chaos. It was the opening of Pandora's box as well, but we got free will. And that's where Lucifer comes into this too. Lucifer is also Venus and Libra and Phil. Libra means free. Mm-hmm. Libra. It also means book or Bach. Libra, but
knowledge. Let's get to it. Let's get to that part, because I have a lot to say about this. I don't want to say it before we get there, basically.
So, chapter 3, verse 4. But of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God hath said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die, for God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired, to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat. And the eyes of them both were opened, and they knew that they were naked. And they sewed fig leaves together, and made themselves aprons. And they heard the voice of the Lord God walking in the garden in the cool of the day. And Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord God amongst the trees of the garden. And the Lord God called unto Adam and said, well, we'll pause right there for now. But Eve ate the fruit. Eve convinced Adam to eat the fruit. The serpent is kind of held responsible for this. But let's just start off with some of the words, some of the descriptors here, and we can, wrestle a more rational, explanation to what's going on here. So there's a taboo here. Is it a law? Is it written in a book? Doesn't seem like it, but God said, don't eat this one. Or at least he said, if you eat or touch this, you will die. Verse 3, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God hath said, ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. You can't even touch the fruit of the knowledge of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. You can't even touch it. So what fruit, if we're going literal and physical with this, what fruit can do that to you? How many berries out there can kill you with a touch? There's a lot out there that can kill you by eating them. You can eat poison berries, poison fruit. There's tons out there. But what fruit can kill you just by touching it? And what fruit is capable of not only killing you, but opening your eyes and bringing you to the level of gods, or like gods? Ye shall be as gods, it says. And this is the serpent telling man this. And some would say that the serpent was lying, deceiving. He may have been cunning, he may have been persuasive, but was he lying?
It seems to me that the implication is there that even having the conversation with the serpent almost was like a mini dosage of the knowledge, as if they had consumed the fruit, because it mentions here that and that it was pleasant to the eye and a tree to be desired to make one wise. So just by having the conversation with the serpent, she automatically realized the desire, whereas before they were unaware of that desire, right? And the fruit in reference,
Definitely.
or what you're describing seems like, I think we talked about this last time, was the mushroom, right?
Yep. And mushrooms are, provocative. They are sexual, of course. People always say, mushroom tip, or, it's just what they look like. And then they can be radically colored. They can be crazy designs, patterns, bright neon colors. The mushroom theory is not ridiculous. In fact, there's a historic basis for it. There's a Christian precedent for it. It's not some fringe theory. This showed up in ancient Christian artwork. You've even got this tree here, arguably, being shaped like a mushroom with red dots. And we've definitely got way more explicit examples of that in here. Jesus, of course, but here's Adam and Eve. This is Plain Corot, however you say that, Plain Corot Chapel in Marigny. I don't know how to fucking speak frog talk. My least favorite language, one of them. For French and Portuguese. Oh my God. France, with a fresco of Adam and Eve surrounding an amanita mushroom. Now that's almost 1,000 years. I think that one is like 1300s, 700 years or whatever. But that's an old one. And that's on this chapel in France. Mushrooms. Adam and Eve and mushrooms. For Terence McKenna didn't come up with this stuff. I kind of hate it when people say, oh, stoned ape theory. Well, yeah, but Terence McKenna isn't the first guy to come up with this stuff. So these are authentic, ancient, I would say ancient Christian artwork. You got mushrooms. This is the fresco in the church of Saint Martin de Vic, I don't know, with 5 psilocybin mushrooms in the background. But we still have more to
Fascinating.
explain here. You brought up a good point of how they look. Mushrooms can be seductive, alluring, captivating, can kind of pull you in, draw your attention, right? Everyone's been on a hike and seen a little tiny red mushroom, and you stop and everyone gets in close, and they just are attention grabbing. There's no denying that, right? And being pleasant to the sight, good for food. Well, certain mushrooms you don't really want to eat, but other ones do kind of look like, man, I wish I could just eat that right off the tree. So when we're going to explain the taboo, it's not that one type of mushroom was warned against. I think that either early man or God or the angels had commanded that mushrooms in general should be avoided. Just be safe. So this taboo being placed on a certain tree of knowledge of good and evil in the midst of the garden. The word subtil used earlier kind of implies low to the ground. There's a taboo placed on mushrooms in different cultures because they can kill you. So many different types can kill you. There's ones that look like edible ones that can kill you. They're very deceptive. They are, tricky. There's certain ways I'm sure that you can use them all medicinally. I'm not saying they're evil or anything, but very tricky business. Just picking mushrooms up out of the woods. You got to be an expert.
Initiated. You could say you have to be initiated.
Sure. Now, Eve being convinced to take one of these, who knows if it happened exactly, in a couple sentences like they say here. But I think that we can all kind of visualize how the cultural taboo could have been placed on mushrooms, not only because they are dangerous, poisonous, but they grow out of poop. And people just, or might have been more geared towards, what's the word? Cleanliness, just avoiding shit. And they might have told their kids and had a commandment against eating things that grew out of shit. And again, so you're getting lucky if you don't know what you're doing. Some of them can kill you. They grow out of poop. They're very low to the ground. You can see why there might have been taboos placed on them. So when the serpent convinces Eve to eat, what happens? And the serpent says, "Ye shall be as gods." So what's that doing to the consciousness? What's that doing to mankind? Upgrading the mindset. Introducing free will, maybe. Deviation from just every day waking up and executing nature's will. Now man has his own will. Man can build, man can create too. Man takes on the role of a creator, which is the main thing that I see when it says later on, it confirms what the serpent promised, was that God admits they are like us. They are like gods now. So the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise. Can an apple make you wise? Can an orange make you wise? I think oranges are the golden apples of mythology. Mm-hmm. But can they make you wise? Yes. But, would I write a book about it? No. Apples and oranges don't make you wise in the sense that a mushroom can. Mushrooms can really set you straight. A proper dose, a proper experience. I'm not one of these, trip till you trip till you dip, trip till you drip, whatever. I'm not one of these big like party goer festival heads. I'm not into that. But a couple of these can provide a much needed course correction if you don't like where you're at in life. If things are already looking down, you don't have much to lose. Mushrooms done responsibly can help you think differently. Taking psychedelics helped me commit to not going to college, helped me commit to reading what I wanted to all day, listening to what I wanted to all day, not getting on someone else's curriculum. I don't know if I would have done that on weed alone. Weed makes you love knowledge and love learning and things like that, higher learning, philosophy, but it's not exactly the coconut to the head that mushrooms are. That's what a lot of the yogis and gurus liken psychedelics to. It's not a free dose of godliness or enlightenment, but it is a coconut to the head. You can get a coconut to the head and talk to God. You get hit over the head with a bat, you fall, hit your head. You can talk to God, and you can speak Chinese when you wake up. You can have a major course correction. Your brain switches gears. That's kind of what mushrooms offer in a less dangerous format. You don't need a near-death experience to kind of have some of these insights. That's what they offer. Again, I'm not a huge mushroom guy. When was the last time I took them? Years, like 2 years probably. But
Remember when I spoke about this earlier? I said I had a transmission when I was in the marriage, basically, with the ex that I had did some satanic work with her ex-husband, and she was of the night, okay, and she had a very her soul was like a spider, right? So when I woke up from the trip, this is what happened. It said that she was a witch and she held the energy of decay and death. And then when I played it back in my head, I'm like, oh, her father died when she was 5. Her brother died when she.
we don't have to air out all this.
Right. Okay, right, no problem. So it was on the mushrooms, and it's so interesting that they grow in poop because they give you so much light. They give you so much kind of knowledge, and they also grow in poop. So it's also very contradicting as well. There's the light and the dark, right, in itself. Once again, the macro and the micro. So this is really it's very interesting that this is when I had that transmission about how the serpent controls the 5 senses and that you should really focus in on.
Well, I don't know. I know you're kind of speaking from the point of E. Calloway a little bit, and you may not necessarily agree with everything that he says, and you're just presenting the other side, some other positions on this. But why would being unaware of things be a negative thing? Because both of you are describing experiences on mushrooms after you have already had like a basis in your life to work on under the position that we've already been corrupted in the past. So I guess in that context, what you're describing is if the mushroom is a good thing, then that means that potentially during or before the actual consumption of the fruit took place, we were in a similar position. Because it doesn't really make sense to me why.
What doesn't make sense? E. Calloway never talks about mushrooms. Terence McKenna kind of had the stoned ape theory. He didn't write these. He didn't paint these frescoes. Christians did, hundreds of years ago. So they'd kind of arrived at similar conclusions way before E. Calloway or Terence McKenna. But you're asking, what like I don't think anything was wrong before. Animal existence, you said like what's bad with that? That was like the first thing you said, right?
Yeah.
What's bad with an animal-like existence? Well, Shem, people wrestled with that their whole lives. And you see a lot of people make it in life and just say, oh, well, I just want to go hike in the woods all day and just like give it all up. Like it's meaningless. So people wrestle with that. You know, I'm not saying we've erased that impulse. That's still here. People do want to go back and kind of live in nature and act, you know, LARP like the monkey every once in a while. But I'd also say we're social, we love technology, and we love to craft. So do we have a lot of idle hands? Do we have a lot of chaos, Pandora's box, like we were saying? Yes. But man had a higher calling. God did not want nature to just go on and go on with no shepherd. God wanted a representative. He wanted a vessel, man's senses, eyes and ears and fingers, to perceive his work through creation.
I would
So-
agree with you, because you would have to say if God is incorporeal and God is everything, then God would have had to allow the serpent to make this happen to begin with, or else it could have never ever
Right.
happened. So, but I mean, yeah, go ahead.
Well, just the material existence alone is like a deal, you know, with the devil, or a deal with matter, is to bring light into matter. It almost opens up the Gnostic question, like, is it better to just stay as light and not manifest into matter? Well, we're already manifested into matter. The universe has been created. God is creating mankind. Is it better to stay dumb like the monkey, or to progress to God's highest calling, which is to bring about the highest representative of God in nature, is a creator who can name things and who can talk and has all the senses we're endowed with and the responsibilities we're endowed with. And Shem, if we stuck to the original responsibilities and endowments that God gave us and just stuck to those, we actually wouldn't be that far off from like this natural nature, you know, homestead living. But
I would say that
I don't know.
I would say
Did that
that
answer it?
it does, but I don't even disagree with you. I'm just bringing up the other side of it as well, because I
Sure.
think about both ways. But I would say that during the Garden of Eden, we already had the ability to do everything that you're describing was a result of the mushrooms. The only difference is ego was created and narcissism was created after we took that bite. Plus making terrible decisions. Like I'm not trying to bring up, you know, your marriage or whatever, Michael, but you're not really selling it in a positive way, because you're saying that you left your marriage as a result of eating a mushroom. That's kind of what I'm referring to here. Like, I'm not, once again, this is not personal. I'm just using it as a reference for this conversation. But once
I was
once
in.
we once we consume you can go ahead if you want to.
Yeah, once I took that, it opened up, right? Like you just said, that when we ate the mushroom and opened up the egoic, now it's the opposite. It actually flushes it out. It takes away the filter of the egoic mind when you take the mushrooms now. So it's doing the opposite in a place.
So becoming
where
becoming like God is taking away ego. Why would you want to become like God?
well, because we're transitioning in experiences.
So it's possible. So in your mind, it's possible for a human being to become like God.
In a matter form, to get rid of your mind as the leader, as the master and the controller of your life, and to let that go, and not my will, but thy will be done, right? So we're moving back into, so it's like an ebb and flow. We have seasons, we have the earth, we have everything is in a cycle. We're moving through cycles. So when I took this, right, that's what the yugas are. They're seasons of consciousness that we play with. There are energies and magical touches that are given to us and taken away from us as we ebb and flow through the ever-changing scenery of what consciousness is. That's what we're doing. So when I took the mushrooms, it actually showed me what was going, that I was being drained by this situation, and that this wasn't a reciprocal situation that I was in with this particular woman. So it actually opened me up, and I broke apart from the five senses that I was locked in, because it was about 5 or 6 months before I did a decent trip on the mushrooms. So when I took this large dose of mushrooms and all of this information was given to me, it gave me what was actually transpiring in my life, and that I didn't want to be in a loveless relationship. I wanted a reciprocal relationship, if any, and that doesn't need to have a marriage attached to it. I can have a reciprocal relationship with anybody without any kind of paperwork or whatever, but it needs to be reciprocal. It needs to be giving, and not one person giving and the other one taking away. That's
Agreed.
what
Yeah, I agree.
broke my
I agree
filter.
with that.
Yeah, it broke my filter, basically, of the five senses.
So would you guys say then, when Lucifer made the promise to the angels that they could be like God, is this a similar promise, or is this something completely different?
Well, it
Yeah.
gave. Yeah, go ahead.
It's definitely a similar promise, but we're definitely ingesting something here, which is the big difference between the two instances. Like, it's definitely seems like a psychoactive fruit. Mushroom being a fruit too. We didn't talk about too much. Is it okay if we press forward with the verses here? Cool. The serpent warned that it could kill Eve. Mushrooms do bring this feeling. If you take enough mushrooms, you can feel like you're going to die. And some would argue that's the ego fearing its own death. The ego is terrified of taking mushrooms, taking acid, things like that. Now, am I saying that it fixes your ego? No. There's plenty of people out there who take mushrooms and take acid who are all about the ego. I'm not saying that it just wipes you clean and, you're absolved of your ego. That's not at all what I'm saying.
Woke.
But it can give you a glimpse of egolessness where you feel like yourself has died. And usually people come out of that having to submit to the creator. Literally. When you're in that black hole, that bad trip, the only way out is to submit. I've seen friends who are stuck in a time loop. I've been stuck in a time loop on mushrooms where literally you're in Groundhog Day, but it's not a day. It's like a groundhog sentence, okay? Where I'm stuck in one part of my neighborhood with one group of friends. What felt like almost a day was actually like 5 minutes of took way too many mushrooms with my friends in smoothie form. Went to this one part of my neighborhood and tripped out. They were not, the most suited for like handling that. And I was stuck in a loop, basically. And the only way out, I was literally repeating sentences, and sentences that were getting said to me were repeating.
I know
Stuck
exactly what you're talking about. That's the crazy part about this.
full time loop. And one of my friends was like, "Yeah, bro, you're in the loop. Like that's the loop." I was like 17, like first time anything like that happened, and 18 probably. Said, "Yeah, you're in the loop," and he's like, "Yeah, dude, you just have to like." He just gave me the rundown. He's like, "Yeah, dude, you just have to submit and just like surrender, and." You literally just are like, if you let go, it's like being on the edge of a cliff or like jumping into a high part of water, like jumping off a high place into water. Anyone's ever done like a little cliff jumping or base jumping or cliff diving? When you're up and you're about to jump and you're looking down, there's a whole part of your brain and part of your body, nervous system, that is telling you, if you jump, you will die. You will die. You're going to reach terminal velocity, and it doesn't matter if it looks like water down there. You're going to die. Your body's programmed, your brain is programmed to think like that, to save you. Similarly, your soul is kind of programmed in the same way. But when you jump off, your body's telling you you're going to die. And when you choose to leap, you're choosing to overcome the fear of death. And the mushroom trip is somewhat similar in escaping the time loop. I know this is like very, like dude, where's my car territory we're getting into here. But the time loop is a great analogy for like surrender to God.
Exactly. That's the point I was going to make. As soon as we consume that fruit, we got put into a position of struggle where the main struggle in life is overcoming death, which is basically could be summarized as a fear of God. That's the context in a lot of religions when they say fear of God. That's the context they're giving. You're
Right.
no longer afraid of death because you submit yourself completely to God. So the allegory you made about being stuck in the time loop is perfect for that.
Yeah, when you're tripping balls and you're stuck in the time loop, and you have to surrender your way out, it feels like you're on a cliff. And usually a bad trip is people holding on to their normal conversational identity. Like, hey, my name's James. I talk, I'm into lizards and I, go to school here. Like that notion of reality is getting sucked out the door. And when you're tripping like that, you could say that's the ego, for in a split second, your ego gets zapped out of the room. And a bad trip is just when you're clinging to the ego like a kite. And all that tension, all that pressure, that pull is, you see people in bad trips, there's a tenseness. There's never just a chilled out, zenned out bad trip. It's always a tension. People are gripping their fingers, they're gripping the seat. They're like drug addicts on the streets too. Those aren't really mushrooms, but you see people just tensed up. You never really see fat people out there just like talking to themselves, like acting crazy on the streets. They have their own problems, but it's usually like the toned flexors, the tense, street addicts who are just tensing throughout life. Whatever. So bad trips are like a stress and attempt to cling to the ego. And the surrender is like having your toes dangling off a cliff when you're going to jump into some water. When you're about to surrender in a bad trip, your part of your body or part of your soul, part of your ego is telling you you're going to die. You're going to cease to exist. Your identity is going to cease to exist. The world's never going to go back to normal. And you're going to zip out into a black hole into space, which is fake, but doesn't matter. And you basically have to, you're usually telling yourself, or someone's telling you, hopefully, everything's going to be okay. Everything's going to be okay. You just took some stuff. You're just going to be okay. And you just have to wait it out. So the mature way of, internalizing that is you just have to surrender. You're going to be okay. You don't have a gun to your head. You might have took some stuff, took more than you wanted to. But the way out is to surrender. And you take the leap off the ledge and you trust that, yes, nothing bad is going to happen to you. And you relax your muscles and you literally surrender. And it feels like you're about to die and disappear forever. And then you realize, oh, hey, nothing bad's going to happen. And the bad trip is almost immediately conquered. I can't speak for everyone. I haven't had too many, but the one I have had was on, what Terrence McKenna calls a heroic dose. Took something like 7 grams of mushrooms in a smoothie form, and it hit me super quick. And I crawled into a black bedroom and just, was just feeling it. Speaking to what looked like a tessellation of toad monkeys, like monkey toad hybrids, like chanting and on the walls, like the scene in Lion King where the hyenas are in their lair, like chanting and in tandem. But Yeah, so whatever. Little bad trip analogy there. Mushroom, ego death, what it means to die, but not die at the same time. That's just a little insight I have on it. Not saying this is the only interpretation.
Right. Leave the material plane, leave the man's body, and move into the. Yeah. Yeah.
They call me the Toad King. Like the Scorpion King. I'm the Toad King in high school. Oh yeah. Lizard King, Toad King. So what does it mean to die but not die? Ego death? People throw around the term ego death so much. I hate even saying it. It's the most cliche, pretentious,
Yeah.
navel gazing garbage. But
I think it means exactly what you just described. Surrendering yourself to God, understanding that you have nothing to fear.
right.
That's what dying without dying is. You realize that you have nothing to fear, so you died without dying.
Yeah. Moving the ego out of the mental construct, out of the driver's seat, calling the shots.
Shall yeah. Love it. And let's just some of the more descriptors here clearly point to like a psychoactive fruit body, like a mushroom. You're gonna die, but you're not gonna die. We find out later. But the serpent warns, you won't. Eve thinks she's gonna die. And the serpent says, you're not gonna die. Ye shall not surely die. For God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. What does it mean to have your eyes opened? Are those pupils being dilated from a mushroom trip? Well, that's a pretty obvious interpretation. Is it your third eye being opened from learning a new way of life, learning a new way of looking at nature and life? Do mushrooms guarantee a third eye opening? No, but they open the door. They certainly kick that door open for you to walk through.
Perfect timing.
Perfect timing.
Whoa, yeah. They open that door. So it's not a guaranteed enlightenment. It's not a guaranteed, chakra activation. And anyone who sells you the, false promise of that is untrue. But they open the door. Mushrooms can get you in your foot in the door for a third eye opening, pineal activation. And who knows? Maybe there's people who have had an instant burst with a big enough dose, right circumstances, the right point in their life, the right course correction. Yeah. But eyes opening, third eye opening, your pupils dilating. Ye shall be as gods. When you take mushrooms, sometimes you feel like God. You feel like things that only God could know, that you can't even bring into human speech. You feel like you have, you're hacking the mainframe, like you're seeing the code in the matrix, and you can't even express it to your friends. And then you wake up and it's all gone. And it's like a dream where like you won a bunch of money and like the money's in your hand and you're like waking up, and it disappears. But the eyes being opened, pupils being dilated, I think to me is the most obvious literal interpretation, especially with the other characteristics of the fruit in this tree. And don't touch it. That's another thing. Why can't Eve or Adam even touch the tree of knowledge of good and evil? Well, there's certain mushrooms that you can't even touch because they can hurt you real bad, mess with your head. If you even touch them, you don't even have to eat certain mushrooms, and they can send you to a, hours long trip. Oh yeah. So mushrooms are tough to eat safely. It's tough to make sense of a trip like that, right? So all these things Now, do I think mankind only came from a mushroom trip and all the arts and sciences? No. But maybe the mushroom trip is what reminds us of how separate we are from the animal kingdom, right? It might not be a linear, catalyst. It might not be a catalyst in a linear story. We had to take this in order to become this. It might just be the reminder, the symbol of the separation between us and ape, whatever. But also the being as gods, knowing good and evil. Mushrooms really hone in your sense of good and evil. That's why I was saying, I went vegetarian after taking a lot of mushrooms and taking some acid in high school. It totally helped me commit to that path. It made me want to make music all day. It made me want to be a musician instead of just playing guitar. It made me want to be be what you're talking about, be what you're interested in, rather than just being a fan of it. Mushrooms totally can push you in that direction. They open up your creativity. I know this is all cliche. I know might even be like left-wing talking points. I don't care. It's the truth. Yeah. Good bands, all the best bands had their forays with psilocybin or LSD. And it changed the way they looked at life, looked at music, brought about noises that never would have came about if these people weren't taking mushrooms, plugging into electric guitars and stuff like that. Music would have sounded way different if the mushroom never made its way into the mainstream pop culture music. Are they now, we've got to disclaim here. Are they pushing mushrooms today? Kind of. They with a capital T in air quotes. Are the ominous they pushing mushrooms today? It kind of seems like it. It kind of seems like they are pushing the whole dispensary thing. The whole, every mushroom's like, microdose this, microdose that. I tend to think that it's the microdosing that they're pushing. It's like the CBD versus weed. Yeah. I think weed's amazing for you. But why is the government pushing it all of a sudden? Well, they want to commercialize it. They want to degrade it. They want to make it like cigarettes. Tobacco's wonderful in its natural organic form. Cigarettes are god-awful. That's kind of the plan that they have in mind for weed, and probably mushrooms too. So they'll give it to you legal, but they just want to make sure it's on their terms first.
And mix with stuff they might want to mix in with it, right? Just like with tobacco.
And the intention, right? So also, if you are growing the weed in a black box in a dark room, pumping it with chemicals, maxing out the THC level, now the intent behind it is greed. It's no longer so. Now the production of it changes, right? So now you want to grow it for volume, you want to grow it for strength, and then it becomes completely something that it's not anymore because you are manufacturing it and manipulating it into your particular intention. And now when you bring it to that level, now it makes you hungry and sleepy, and it doesn't do what it did before. It's moving away from its natural form.
Right. Definitely. Yeah, and if you're using mushrooms recreationally, you're really you're going to squeeze all the juice out real quick.
Right.
And it's just going to be a whole, oh, look how trippy that is. Look how trippy that is. You're not going to get anywhere real quick. And mushrooms kind of safeguard themselves against that, to be honest. You take 1 gram your first time, you're fucking zooted. Blast off. If they're good mushrooms, 1 gram, you're zooted. You are cloud 9. My first time ever taking mushrooms, 1.5 grams of penis envy. Big fleshy. They didn't even look like mushrooms. It was just like a patch of the flesh. It was like a sirloin, right? It was like a cutlet of mushroom. It was just such a big body. It wasn't even a little mushroom. 1.5 grams. The whole house was melting. Me and all my friends were on the carpet, like stroking the carpet, like beating the carpet and like chanting, like a shamanic, circle. Fucking bunch of 17-year-old, 18-year-olds didn't know anything like that. Impulse, just start chanting in unison, like drumming on the ground. Very, strange, very tribal. And shit, I forgot what I was going to say. I've got some other visuals here, but
The direct channel was open.
Wait a second. What is that? Can you go back real quick? Is that the? Did that have the face of a man, an eagle, an ox, and a lion underneath those mushrooms?
where? This one?
The one right next to it to the right.
That?
Man, lion, and eagle, ox.
Oh, maybe. Wow, you might be right. Yeah, starting right to left: ox, eagle, lion, man. Oh shit! Damn.
It's like
Shem.
it's like a cherubim, which is
Well, yes, the 4 fixed signs of the zodiac. It's from right to left: Taurus, Scorpio. Not in order. They could shape them in order, but Taurus, Scorpio, Leo, Aquarius. Aquarius is the man, the human. Leo is the lion. Scorpio is the eagle or hawk, and then Taurus is the bull or ox, buffalo. Very good, Shem. That's what Israel pays him the big bucks for. Stuff like that.
Shout out to the cherubim. I mean, yeah, this is an ancient symbol that's basically shaped like a sphinx. For those that aren't aware, it'd be like if you took the sphinx at the sphinx in Egypt and put the faces on each sides. It's basically what the cherubim look like in some depictions.
Right.
With those animals.
I think there's one in here somewhere. The cherubim. Down here, maybe. In the Garden of Hesperides. Almost looks like there's a griffin in the bottom left. Here. But whatever. Let's look at the mushroom guys. We weren't the first one to come to this conclusion. Terence McKenna was not the first one to come to this conclusion. You've got mushrooms in ancient Christian art. You've got it in Mexico, in parts of Central America. They call it the flesh of the gods. Flesh of the gods. Food of the gods. I think that's a title of one of Terence McKenna's books, too. Again, am I 100% on board with Terence McKenna? No. But I think he really extracted some truth on this theory. Again, he's very evolution based. I'm not with that. I don't believe in the primate evolution in the way that he does. He's very much critiquing science and the mainstream from within the mainstream, just really like psychedelics. I would stress the psychedelics part, but also stress that we didn't evolve from monkeys. It wasn't just a gradual shift and mushrooms just kind of polished off the top and made us, very smart and articulate. Whatever. But let's look at some.
Said a monkey ate a mushroom. That's hilarious to think about it like that.
Well, I mean, hey, let's give Terence some credit. If they're trying to tell people that humans came from a monkey, you ever seen a monkey? You know how dumb and just animalistic and no self-control. They see food, they want it. They see a wrapper, they dig it out of the trash. They're like raccoons, but worse. So mankind, we kind of have that chaos. But what bumped us up? If the scientists are expecting us to believe that we literally just took a left-hand turn away from chimpanzee or earlier ape, that we just we just went off this way in the evolutionary tree, and then voila, arts, sciences, proportion, music, architecture, poetry, science fiction, all of this out of nowhere, very short amount of time, biologically speaking. So what happened? If they're expecting us to believe that we really did just, we're an outcropping of monkeys, of apes, can it really be anything but a mushroom that sets us apart and sparks a new way of thinking, sparks, if there's no God, if there's evolution and only evolution,
In that context, I would definitely agree with you.
what spurs religion out of nowhere? Some mystical experience that's shared around the world. Mushrooms really fill that criteria, right?
The only difference is I would just argue that before the actual consumption of the fruit happened, that we did have the capability of pretty much all the examples you gave, architecture, science, because think Adam was naming everything before he consumed the fruit. So we already had the ability to, like, you could say, study and understand things and comprehend them and make choices and further
Sure.
interpretations.
Well, yes and no. Like, a deer has the ability to drive a car. You know what I mean? Like, but
Yeah,
is it designed for it? Is it called to do so? I see a definite endowment. But also you brought up a good point. Technology and, like, complicating life, was man was capable of it before, but didn't have the impulse to complicate and didn't have the Pandora's box opened, the idol, oh, I'm going to build a house here, but we're just going to sell to someone else. A creature of nature would never do that. You build a shelter, you keep it. It's not an investment, whatever. Tons of examples of just anti impulse thinking in humans. So many examples. But if we're using the Bible as the standard, the gold standard of man's history, well, man does not start tilling the ground till he's expelled from the garden. So does that clear it up, maybe, Shem? Saying, man wasn't occupied with these things. If we're using the Bible as the standard,
yeah,
it wasn't until man went out of the garden living like a monkey, just eating fruit, living simply, took a bite, took a mushroom, whatever, complicated his life, started thinking, critical thoughts, critical of nature. Why does this happen? Why does the sun rise there? Why does it's not just naming things. Man's mind became overburdened and he couldn't just enjoy paradise. And God said, well, you need to go. You need to occupy yourself. You need to put this, newfound free will to work. And there's going to be all these changing factors now. But you are still, I don't know. Does that make sense? Like,
it makes perfect sense.
That's the difference between man and monkey, is the why.
Mm-hmm.
That's the complete difference. That's what makes us different, is we ask why things work.
I would say we were different beforehand as well, just because we were given the duty to name them. We are already placed above them.
Yes.
Like we kind of talked about last time. But on top of that, we also didn't need to do the things beforehand to get food, because it was provided to us naturally through other means. Whether that, we could argue whether that's just us not being aware that we were doing it, and maybe, or something like that, or maybe there's more people involved. I'm not sure, but once again, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying, like, I'm entertaining your idea, and I'm entertaining this idea that I don't necessarily agree with, that I'm just bringing up.
No, you bring up a good point. We are definitely already separated in our own class from the animals, away from the animals, because you hit the nail on the head. We are name driven. We're the namers. We come up with the names. We're, God's vessel for language, learning, study, remembering. God said whatever Adam named something is what its name was. So it's man's original and primary function is naming things. And you could, imply it. You could infer the study of names, the study of words, which is why the Bach saga is so important. makes a big emphasis on words and syllables.
This might be a little controversial as well, but if we read chapter 2, starting at 20, and Adam gave names to all the cattle and to the fowl of the air and to every beast of the field, but for Adam there was not found a helpmeet for him. And then obviously God creates Eve after that. So what if, the helpmate that was created for Eve was basically the one doing this work beforehand, and that maybe influenced her to consume the forbidden fruit as well, because she was liberating herself from that slavery. I hope you heard that.
I didn't hear you. Sorry, I was plugging my computer in. Wasn't that important, probably.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need
Negligible Shem mutterings. No, just kidding. What was it, please?
It was
Did
very
you catch? Did you catch the part when I started reading, or I'll just repeat all of it. So if we start at chapter 2, verse 20, it says, "And Adam gave names to all cattle, and to the fowl of the air, and to every beast of the field. But for Adam there was not found an helpmeet for him." So then after that, God creates Eve. So what if in that context, Eve is the one performing these duties before the consumption of the fruit, and that could have also played a role in why she wanted to liberate herself by consuming the fruit to change humanity afterwards? What if she was the one performing these duties, or if she's representing a group of people like you brought up earlier? Maybe this group of people were the ones performing these duties before the consumption of this knowledge that changed reality for everyone.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, that's a whole, interpretation I haven't thought much on.
Either, but yeah, it's just interesting to think about, because we're just trying to figure out what exactly happened and what it's talking about. I'm not saying that this is true. I'm just bringing it up because we're having a conversation. So I apologize.
Right.
If it's controversial to anyone, but
No, it's not, dude. Bring up whatever. It's a safe space, dude. You're welcome here.
but yeah, let's continue. Let's continue with where we're at if you'd like. So
Totes.
I think we're on 8, chapter 3, 8 maybe.
Yes, they took the. Well, we got to cover this. To make one wise, we covered. She ate it. She gave it to Adam, her husband, and the eyes of them both were opened. Pupils opened. Third eye opened. Another thing about taking mushrooms, a lot of people whip their clothes off. And Shem, you already brought up this kind of counter argument as well. How can you take your clothes off or know you're naked if you didn't know what clothes were and stuff? But it's a question mark. But I do know that when people take mushrooms, I know for a fact that when people take mushrooms, they very often rip their clothes off, jump into a lake, take their clothes off, do weird things, end up naked very often. People who take mushrooms. And you take enough, you flip out, you end up naked, you come to eventually and say, wow, I'm naked. Where are my clothes?
the shame leaves, the shame is taken away, and then when you come back to yourself, the shame comes back, or the egoic construct.
Right.
Yes. The Babylonian, you have to clothe yourself construct comes back. That's what it sounds like when you just said that.
Yeah, right. This visual we're looking at here, guys, you might not see a mushroom overtly, but scholars are pretty damn positive that this is also a mushroom cult piece of art, the result of a mushroom cult. Can you see it? Can you tell? Behind the circle, behind the tree, the circle is the cap of an Amanita muscara, whatever they call them. The Santa Claus mushroom, red with the white dots. And they're pretty positive that is the result of a mushroom cult. This one as well. I think this is Germany, St. Michael's Church, Hildesheim. It's probably German.
Mushroom cult, yeah.
Another Christian mushroom cult being depicted here. But this is Jesus. So it's a whole other aspect to this. But Jesus also likened to the mushroom People say Jesus is the mushroom. Whenever you say, eat me, I'm the, this is my flesh, the flesh of God himself. Well, that goes right back to the Aztec and the Maya saying, here are the mushrooms, the flesh of God himself, the Savior, the crowned one, the capped one. Yeah. The
Yeah,
teacher.
you can see the depiction of this picture is that the mushrooms are on the bottom, again, with the red, and it's coming up to the Christ consciousness. It's above him. You eat from the ground and you move up through the chakras, the red, lower chakras, the blue, the higher chakras, Christ consciousness.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I mean, the mushroom cults are definitely alluding to that by getting that Christ consciousness from consuming them. I would agree with you. I mean, a lot of the ancient mystery religions were revolved around hypothetically psilocybin mushrooms or drinks that cause this type of hallucination.
What is that on the right? The picture there on the right.
Grab back 1 second.
What is that, doctor? The one on the right. There's Jesus on the left, and then what is that on the right? I can't really see it too well. Can you make out what that is? Can you blow that up? Again, you can see the red and the blue being depicted again in this particular image as well. The lower chakras and the higher chakras. I can't hear you. Your sound is there.
Yeah, sorry, I can't zoom in on it at all, actually.
That's
my
weird.
bad.
It's just something keeps asking me what that is.
Looks like some saints, maybe.
Okay.
5 people. Angels, saints, who knows?
5.
Yeah, Shem's on the phone with Mossad right now.
Okay.
Mushrooms, Adam and Eve, again, like we're saying. Another mushroom, Adam and Eve. Tree of knowledge of good and evil. Ancient artwork.
Yeah. So he was saying that if Eve came from Adam's rib, per se, then Eve ate the fruit and brought Adam to the higher knowledge. It's like they're playing off of each other again, once again.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Because there's much to learn from your what I felt like was there was much from my flesh. And the thing is that I really loved her. And, it felt like the forbidden fruit. It really did. She was the forbidden. I loved her, but I couldn't have her because the energy didn't mesh. So
Right.
is what it was. It was like that. You want to burn your finger, you want to burn your hand, but you're going to burn your hand again if you do it. So it's very interesting on how it has that position. Everything has that position in life. It's so pleasurable, but it's not good for you.
Right. I hear you. So let's a little bit more. We were at realizing you're naked, sewing fig leaves, made themselves aprons. Then they're walking through the garden, and well, let's just resume. Chapter 3, verse 8. And they heard the voice of the Lord God walking in the garden in the cool of the day. And Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord God amongst the trees of the garden. And the Lord God called unto Adam and said unto him, Where art thou? And he said, I heard thy voice in the garden, and I was afraid, because I was naked, and I hid myself. And he said, Who told thee thou was naked? Hast thou eaten of the tree, whereof I commanded thee that thou shouldest not eat? And the man said, The woman whom thou gavest to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I did eat. And what else is it going to say? And the Lord God said unto the woman, What is this that thou hast done? And the woman said, The serpent beguiled me, and I did eat. And the Lord God said unto the serpent, Because thou hast done this, thou art cursed above all cattle, and above every beast of the field. Upon thy belly shalt thou go, and dust shalt thou eat all the days of thy life. And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow, and thy conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. And unto Adam he said, Because thou hast hearkened unto the voice of thy wife, and hast eaten of the tree, of which I commanded thee, saying, Thou shalt not eat of it. Cursed is the ground for thy sake. In sorrow shalt thou eat of it, and in sorrow shalt thou eat of it all the days of thy life. Thorns also and thistles shall it bring forth to thee, and thou shalt eat it, the herb of the field. In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread, till thou return unto the ground. For out of it wast thou taken, for dust thou art, and unto dust shalt thou return. And Adam called his wife's name Eve, because she was the mother of all living. Unto Adam also and to his wife did the Lord God make coats of skins, and clothed them. And the Lord God said, Behold, the man is at... Here's the important part, guys, most important part. And the Lord God said, Behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand, and take also of the tree of life, and eat, and live forever. Therefore the Lord God sent him forth from the Garden of Eden, to till the ground from whence he was taken. So he drove out the man, and he placed the... Here's another important part. Yes, thank you, Shem. Here, I'll put you big screen.
Expulsion from the garden.
Therefore the Lord God sent him forth from the Garden of Eden, to till the ground from whence he was taken. So he drove out the man, and he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubims, and a flaming sword which turned every way, to keep the way of the tree of life. All right, guys.
Those four
So-
faces from earlier.
Hmm?
The four faces from earlier make an appearance on those mushroom statues.
Right. The cherubim. I guess we'll just start at the end there. The cherubim. You know, whenever I do my Florida theories, like, oh, Garden of Eden was in Florida, you know, four rivers over here, right? One of the biggest critiques is, well, show me the flaming sword. Show me the cherubims. Where's the angels with the sword guarding the way? Where's the angel with the sword, swinging the sword, keeping people from going into Florida? Now, I usually respond to that with, well, cherubim is not an angel. So you show me the angel holding a sword in the Bible. It's not in there. It says that the cherubim, God placed a flaming sword and the cherubim.
Separate items.
Exactly. The cherubim are the four fixed signs of the zodiac. That's not in it, just an astrology interpretation. That's original theological interpretation is that it's the 4 fixed signs of the zodiac. The 4, why do people confuse them with angels? Because they're angles. It's the 4 angles of the sky, 4 cardinal directions, the 4 fixed signs of the zodiac. It is what's considered by some the golden cross, or the golden X, is the cross or T or sword shape formed between the 4 fixed signs of the zodiac. Some even argue that it's during the 4 fixed signs of the zodiac that we have our mini golden ages. Age of Taurus, age of Leo, age of Scorpio, age of Aquarius, is when it's not the beginning, it's not a cardinal sign, it's not a mutable sign. It's not the beginning of a way of life, it's not the end of a way of life, it's the equilibrium in the middle. The 4 fixed signs of the zodiac are fixed because they're stable. Their energy is stable and immovable. It's not the opening of something, it's not the end of something. So Taurus gets its stable qualities from this. And the 4 fixed signs of the zodiac are considered golden because they're stationary. They're more heavy metal, like they're fixed, immovable. Like the flaming sword could be the cross in the sky. This is just an interpretation, but I think it's worth noting because cherubim is astrology. It's the 4 fixed 4 corners of the sky. Well, the T shape is a sword shape. And they might have back then said sword more often than you say T or cross. You know, before people said cross all the time, you might have just said sword. If you're trying to indicate a 90-degree angle, right? So a sword in the sky, flaming sword, could be the new conditions, because it's in the same breath that God says you're going to till the ground. Well, this could be agriculture and playing the game of the seasons. And the 4 fixed signs of the zodiac might be the seasons let loose and the coming of unfavorable seasons and having to do the balancing act. But the skies keep turning. The wheel in the sky is turning now. And you're playing this agriculture game, is what it seems like in Genesis. So, yeah. What do you think?
I think it's a fascinating interpretation. Do you definitely want to go back and touch on some of the other stuff, though?
Yes, please do.
Did you want to start with anything before? Because I think one of the most important verses here is 15. And I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel.
What do you think? That's a tough one. You take it.
To me, I think that's a representation of potentially Jesus and Christianity in the Old Testament, because the seed of the woman would be Jesus. And even though the serpent was the one that influenced Eve to make these decisions to sin against humanity, her offspring is the one that eventually overcomes this serpent by smashing its head. So even though the serpent is doing damage by striking the heel of humanity, the woman, Jesus, coming down and bruising, and bruise thy head, could be an allegory for the conquering of the desire, or the serpent, or the sin, whatever you want to call it.
Yes. Enmity between the serpent and the woman is kind of hard to wrestle with and kind of get a good allegory out of. It's one of the passages that I've seen least. You know, you don't see like Santos Bonacci really having a field day with it, or Bill Donahue, people like that. I haven't seen them talk as much, but I do know that Santos has talked about this, so I'll give him credit. This is a good way of looking at it. In the astrology wheel, which we might be saying God here is casting man out of a golden age of perpetual twilight, rainforest, whatever. Now he's got the open skies, he's got the open fields, he's cast out. He's observing the astrology more. And it clearly says, the head and the heel is the zodiac. Aries is the head, Pisces is the heel. And in the zodiac wheel, it's actually like a yoga pose. It's like a yoga pose where the leg comes up over the back and touches the top of the head. If you've ever seen someone do that yoga pose, you can make a wheel. And the astrological wheel, the zodiac, Pisces is the head of someone bending back like this. And then Aries is the head, and Pisces is the soles of the feet, the heels touching the top of the head over the back, like almost like a Scorpio. It could be visualizing the zodiac in the sky. This is a stretch. This is just an interpretation. It's not explicit. But head and heel in the same breath also goes back to Jesus, doesn't it, Shem? He says, I'm the Alpha and the Omega, the ram or lamb or sheep shepherd of God. And the fish says, I'm the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, the Lamb of God and the fisher of men. Lamb to fish, beginning to end, is Aries to Pisces. Clearly, so head to heel. Jesus was a healer. The word heel goes back to heel, like your foot. Pisces actually make the best healers. Yes, very sensitive, very intuitive, very emotional. Not good for much else, if you ask me. But they're good healers. Shem's a Pisces. I'm only teasing. Shem healers are, they have to dig deep, and some would say that the best healers are killers, right? Because sometimes you have to choose which life to save and which to let go and things like that. And that the gift to kill is the gift to heal. Yeah, you ever heard this? That look this up, Shem. You'd like this. It's kind of like a rabbinical thing. Like the best killers are, the best healers are people who've killed. There's stories of people who've killed, been big time killers, who were also healers. And a lot of like cult leaders claim to be able to heal people and end up killing a lot of people. So there's a connection here. But the head to the heel, the enmity between the serpent and the woman. There's another thing here, shifting gears from the astrology. The enmity from the woman to the serpent could also be the Bach Saga and a whole bunch of other people, and any guy that's ever been a dude knows that serpents are phallic, and that the enmity is not necessarily a distaste or an anger or a disgust, but it's more like a disgruntled employee, or because in the next sentence we were talking about 15 here. In 17, I think, in 17 or 16, it says your husband's going to rule over you. That's your punishment. So going back to 15, and I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. That's another thing that separates us from the animal kingdom. A lot of animals in nature just go about their business. They're just eating. They're pregnant. They're eating grass. They're, doing whatever. Sometimes a cheetah will be running like 90% of the way pregnant. Like maximum speed. You've got almost every animal in nature carries out their duties most of the way pregnant. Humans can do that a little bit, But animals really act like nothing's really going on. You know, they might make a nest when they know it's getting real close. But a lot of animals out in the wild, like pack animals, they just have a baby. It's like, boom, get into line. We're going. You know, we got places to go. The baby doesn't, you know, get the whole birthday treatment where the whole village gathers around. A lot of times it's like, who cares? You know, we got places to be. The baby's part of the pack now. All right, we got to go. Horses, you see this. A lot of prey, especially, get born, and they just got to go right away. The pack's got to move. Horses are born ready to run right away. So lots of animals are like that. So it's also saying that when
It's fascinating that carryover with some humans, like that leftover remnants of that with some humans. That's really fascinating.
kind of, yeah, we're disposable babies, even like, you know, life's going to go on if I just leave this baby in the trash can. Like my life's going to go on. And
Speaking of that, this is kind of off topic, but a lot of people who have been interviewed who have been promoted that propaganda, they regret it later. So if you're listening to this and you heard that propaganda, please understand that it's not true. Do not get abortion is basically what I'm saying.
Yeah, don't get abortions, guys.
But yeah.
But the enmity between, the conception, sorrow, and multiply thy sorrow in thy conception. Well, a woman is now tasked with a very laborious birthing process. You know, there's great holistic birth protocols that people do, like water births and stuff. Love it. I love it. But ultimately, mankind doesn't just plop babies out. Some women do. You know, I can't discount it. A lot of women are 8 months pregnant, working their job, and then boom, they're at their office. Boom, baby comes out. Oh, it's like I didn't even feel it, you know? That happens to a lot of women. But the care and the tedious, you know, the care and the monitoring and all this stuff and the aches and the pains, by and large, is usually the norm, right? And God is kind of explaining why that is, what caused it. Maybe not a linear cause, right? But with the punishments, you can kind of get a better view of what's happening. Or they're not even really punishments, just the consequences. God says, unto the woman, he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. So with the bruising and the serpent, it could be the penis. Very phallic. The fruit also, fruit is defined in the Bible early in Genesis as the reproductive organ of an organism, fruit. So serpent being phallic, mushrooms being phallic. Oh shit. Mike got pulled out. Oh, there he is.
It's like my oven's going off one side.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna wrap up here in a sec anyway. We already finished. But yeah, it's a tough one. We'll recap the enmity between woman and the serpent, the head and the heel. It's hard to get a grip on. I don't have a 100% astrotheologically sound explanation yet. Working on it. We'll revisit it next week. But moving on to 17, Adam needed to learn a lesson. You're running the show. Because you listened to your wife, because you were deceived, tempted, you know, you're going to be punished now. I'm a firm believer in men running the household. Okay? If you're a man out there and your woman's telling you what to do, if your woman has the ultimate say, you need to get out of that relationship.
Yep.
Men need to run the show, and women, if you can't stomach that, you maybe not be woman. You might just be a female, and there's nothing wrong with that. But woman respects a man. Female can do whatever she wants. You can go be Amelia Earhart. You can go, cut your hair short and go be a doctor, whatever you want. But woman is a role in society. Female is just a designation. So yeah, this is Dr. Longo's gender studies class here, guys. Not every female out there is a woman. If you're a woman, that means you respect men. Ideally your man, the one that you chose in life. But fathers, grandfathers especially, I'm a big believer in that. Men need to be running the show. That's very much what's wrong with America and much of the world is women are calling the shots. They have great talents, great capabilities, creating life, birthing life into the world, to name one. But men need to be running the show. A woman is to treat her man, her husband, as the ambassador of God in the house, in the home. How a woman treats the men in her life will tell you how she thinks of God in the big picture. If she disrespects the men in her life, she's disrespecting God publicly and privately for sure, publicly maybe. So I'm not one of these people. I'm with you, Stay White. We should repeal the 19th Amendment. I don't think women should need to be burdened with all this, decision making and trivial government nonsense. They should be focusing on just children rearing. Really, it's their talent, it's their gift. Would you rather have a room of 100 kids be looked after by one man or one woman? 10 men or 10 women? I'm going to choose the women. No matter how few or how many I can have, women are better suited. Women raise better children, keep the world turning. Men built the world, but women keep it from turning. Men keep the world turning. Women keep it from spinning out of control. Men make the world turn. Women make it from spinning out of control. However you want to phrase it, but women's role is just as crucial, but it has to be the receptive role, not the primary role. So,
providers and caretakers. It's a reciprocal relationship that is holy between the man and the woman. They take care. We build the house. We create the comfort for them so that they can give birth and take care of the children and do exactly as they were born to do. Now, again,
Right.
That's like what you said, the female. Now, that's not that there's a million different colors in the rainbow. You can go be a female and do whatever. But if you're going to provide life here on this planet, that sanctity between the man and the woman needs to be holy. It needs to be respect there. There needs to be that element of God as, okay, the man is bringing home everything and I'm going to make the home. The man's building the home for us and we're going to bring life into this world. And we're going to do right by this new life that we're bringing into this world. And the only way to do that is to have respect between the two people.
So,
Yeah.
And women are ultimately happier just having a man tell them what to do. not in a like Stalin type of way, but in a fatherly type of way. Men like being mothered a little bit as much as women like being fathered a little bit. If you're in a relationship where you can't lay down the law and the man can't look to the woman and say, you didn't do this right, you didn't do it the way I told you to, if that's opening up a whole can of worms and you're afraid to do that because the woman has more control than you and it's going to make you sleep on the couch or pull the covers off your bed or something like this, walk away, get out of there. That is, what do they call that in like Baptist like modern mega church terminology, with the Jezebel spirit, the dark feminine that's encoded into all these these females out there, is the impulse to conquer God. It is Satan or Lucifer attempting to conquer God by using the woman to conquer the man in the household. Do you want to know what the telling factor of the devil's reign on earth will be? It won't be, even though I agree with you, Apple goggles, it won't be the AI plugin. That's a different shift, definitely not good. But when we'll know the devil has won is when all the women are running the households and the men don't have the say, can't lay down the law. If a man can't stomp his foot in his house and say, enough is enough, I'm telling it the way it has to be, do as I say, or else, then how's a nation going to listen to God? How's God going to stomp his foot down and say, hey, listen up? Man is the representation of God in the household. Now, if you don't like the man you're with, you didn't do a good job of selecting, or that's the one you deserve because you're not a good candidate yourself. So if you don't like men, and if you don't agree with what I'm saying because some men treated you poorly, not God's fault, not my fault. We've all got our hurdles and this and that. But if you're a woman out there and you're triggered by the Bible, if you're triggered by the masculinity, if you're triggered by the, perceived misogyny, patriarchy, well, you haven't chose a good enough man, or you're not positioned yourself. You don't have the proper attributes to be a good wife. A good, sweet woman craves the structure and order and protection, and even the fear of having a strong force in the house on her side. But yeah, whatever. Who knows? I'm no marriage expert. I'm not married. I'm not pretending I'm like Dr. Phil over here. But basically I know patterns. Dr. Longo is a little smart, and smart people can recognize patterns. One of the patterns I recognize most, and I'm sure you all do too, is societal decline going hand in hand with women having more power in the household. So women crack the whip, it seems like a lot today. In the families where the woman cracks the whip, in my experience, you see more drug usage, you see more running away from the home, you see more, anger in the house. Now, there's a whole bunch of, horror shows out there. I grew up divorced. My dad wasn't perfect. We're not saying women have all the blame here. But as a whole, zooming out on society, I have to say, when women crack the whip, it's not God pulling the strings. It's not God running the show. They're not bringing their divine authority in from above. Any control a woman's trying to exert over a household or exert over a full-grown man is coming from below. That is demonic, Libra-like, Venusian, dark feminine energy. That is serpentine by nature, maybe, but it brings us back to the enmity between the serpent and the woman.
Yes.
Is it phallic? Is it the serpentine energy? Who knows? But woman is wrestling with this masculine authority that is God. And who knows? I don't want to launch myself off sexist,
No, it's not a
canyon
sexist.
here,
It's not
but
sexist. It's not
not.
sexist at all.
No.
There's certain laws and there's certain ways and channels and constructs that are created here for us to have children that are of good fabric, have children, have the next generation being conceived, not only conceived, but cared for in the proper household with the proper energies that allow the child to be all they can be, and not these broken homes and broken constructs because the energies in the home aren't as was meant by God, in that the man controls the household, and it just tells the woman how it is, and they follow, as not to like everything, of course, but respect. It just all comes back to respecting each sex for what they were created to do in their roles here on this planet, to bring evolution and bring good children onto this planet as well.
Right.
What's that natural construct that we all need to? There's certain laws. Like, yeah, you can't write something without a pen. You can't sit down if it's not a chair. Like, you can't conceive a child. You can't conceive a good children if there's no respect in the house between the two sexes. So everything plays a role, in society, in this theater of life.
Yes. And hey, we've got to affirm here. Dr. Longo loves the ladies, loves women. Okay. Loves women for, romantically, philosophically, what they embody. I like beauty. I like beautiful things. Would love to be surrounded by nothing but beautiful women. Like any, high IQ, normal, person that isn't a pedivore Democrat. Yeah. Right. That's me right here. Okay. None of that pedo garbage. Oh, love knows no this or that. No descriptors, whatever. But
Would you say
what?
on the points that you guys were just making for the past 10 minutes? Would you say that's justifiable to make the comparison with what you're describing now to the initial sin in the Garden of Eden?
Yes. Well, I was just going to say, that's what I was going to say. I was going to absolve women in the short term here, by saying, in America, like, preaching politically, we can't really lay the blame on them entirely, because they got duped by the Rockefellers as much as the guys got duped by the Rockefellers. Oh yeah, let the girls vote. And it's not the voting that's the issue, but once they start voting, they get taxed. So half the population was untaxed and not in the workforce. Now you've doubled the workforce. You've doubled the supply and cut the demand in half for the workforce. So now labor is dirt cheap and like expendable. Oh, the guy's not going to do it. Okay, I'll just get a woman. I'll just get an immigrant. There's no bottom of the barrel anymore. The barrel just keeps getting lower, and you can cheapen anything in any industry now, pretty much, because they doubled the amount of people in every industry. Almost most industries, women are now filled in all these industries, and women were not getting taxed before. You had a single household was getting taxed, because the man was the taxable income, the one vote, the one representative of the household. The woman gets as much say as the man. Truly, in a Christian household, the woman gets as much say as the man. But when the man leaves that house, the communism's over. A godly home is communist, believe it or not. The man gets the final say, but everyone gets an equal say. And when the man leaves that house, he's the ambassador. He's the final call. That's the soul, and that's the endowment that he's given over the woman. The woman has just as much say, especially when it comes to cooking or cleaning, or where's the kid going to go to school? What are we going to do with this much money? The woman might even take a larger say in that, if depending on the culture. But here, you brought up the original sin. Like, recently, the Rockefellers duped women into going into the workforce, doing the whole, oh, we're going to vote. And then what happened? They all start cutting their hair short. And we literally 100 years ago, guys, we had the 20s. We had what we're having right now. After World War I, you have The Great Gatsby. Who's seen The Great Gatsby? Yeah, all the flappers, all the girls, credit cards are going out. Women didn't need a man. They would still use men like they do today for money and stuff. But you didn't necessarily need one. A woman could go get a credit card. Not a like plastic like you have in your wallet today, but you can go get a account, a open a ledger with a creditor, with a loan, a loaner. And you would basically, you could spend money that wasn't yours. Free money, right? That was like a new thing back then. And women didn't need to have a man to go out and buy drinks and all this stuff. They could just live libertine lives, spend government's money, spend, a credit card company's, essentially the equivalent of a credit card company's money on drinks and socializing and keeping their hair short and, trying weird things, and none of which resulted in having kids early, right? It was happening, but it wasn't fashionable like it is today. It's not fashionable to have kids early. That's changing. We've got the whole trad wife movement, which I like. But we had all this happen 100 years ago where money's, you can borrow as much money as you want. I can go put myself into, infinite debt, and it doesn't really change my life at all. I can spend money that's not mine. I can go party all day. A woman can live a whole life without needing to depend on anyone, which sounds like a good thing. Oh yeah, women can do whatever they want.
Sounds
But
like
women,
liberation, but
yes, and that's not liberation. It's Libra liberation. Right. It's Libra. It's liberation, but it's also seduction into a darker alternative. But yeah, we're gonna wrap it up here, guys. So much to talk about. We could go on and on. What, Shem? You wanted to?
I would just say I think that you're pretty spot on with it. Like the frame that you guys were describing earlier is the man basically makes the laws and the woman is the manager of the household, which the lie that they're given now with women's liberation is similar to the lie that was given to Eve in the Garden of Eden by the serpent.
Yes.
So in that context, in the points you're making tonight, the man would represent God, Eve and making the laws, and then Eve doing the sin as a result of the serpent is like modern. I don't know. I'm falling apart this argument. I'm sorry.
No, 100%.
Should have just said it earlier when it was more clear in my head.
It's all right. I get it. I see what you mean.
So yeah, interesting stuff. Appreciate you having me for the conversation. Shout out to the chat.
Of course. Thanks, Shem, for being here. Thanks, Michael, for hanging out the whole time.
so cool.
Great insights, guys. Shem, go check out his channel, Tartarian Truth. Funny stuff, good stuff. What's up with Archaics? We're gonna have to talk about that pretty soon. We're gonna have to do a live stream, catch up with some gossip and all that. But big news over on his channel. Go check it out.
He said he was going to take you down here soon, is what he said earlier on his stream.
Oh my God! Really?
Yeah.
He's gonna take me down.
Yeah, he was saying that the biggest mistake he made was calling him out or something. But
for what? Just showing the world what he did.
His argument was that you should have just kept that private and be professional and still do streams with him because it's not about that stuff.
That I should have done streams with him.
It wasn't specific. He didn't say that. Well, he was saying that about you, but he was saying that about everyone. He was just making the point that people should be more professional and talk about history and not worry about stuff like that was his argument. But he did specifically mention you by name and say that you made a mistake by doing what you did, which is just talking about negative past and stuff. So it's kind of funny.
Yeah, that's just a goofy pedo R-word barbecue addict, a loser. As if the adjectives aren't concocted by me. I mean, these are all things he's armored himself with is that identity. He admits all that. Everything, nothing I say about him is
besides the
untrue.
pedo part, just to be clear, there's no pedo charges or anything like that. So that besides
Well,
the other things,
how old was he? Was he 17 or was he 19?
he was 17, and the female in the original case was 19.
Okay. Oh, so the other way around. So he was underage.
Yeah, he was the underage one in
Oh
this
my!
situation.
So he was the victim the whole time. Oh my God.
No. They committed the carjacking crime. But
Sorry, Jason. Sorry.
victim-
Hey, Jason, ungrip your keyboard. I know you're gripping your keyboard with white knuckles right now, with your floppy meat in one hand and whole tub of lotion in the other. Just chill. Details are a little fuzzy right now, but I know you're watching, being very watching attentively, right? But sorry, buddy. I was doing the right thing by calling him and people like him out. They need to be called out. They have no right to be in the truth space, whatever you want to call this truth sphere. He's just a loser, sci-fi LARPer who's just writing sci-fi. His truth, his version of telling the truth is just sci-fi. It's all this chronicling is just pulled out of thin air. I've looked at it, glanced at it, made up. Go take a look at his fictional stuff. His fantasy novels are
the family.
Shem, because you said, well, there's nothing pedo. I wasn't necessarily referring to crimes.
But yeah, that Phaelorn saga. I know you're.
In the Phaelorn saga, he fantasizes about a 9-year-old girl being a seductive assassin who is body count, racking up a body count, seductive 9-year-old assassin who's naked.
It was like in the story, one of the characters was envisioning a succubus, which had the appearance of like an 11-year-old or a 9-year-old girl or something, and she was like some sexual deviant within the text. It was very weird. I don't know if I re-uploaded that video or not. It might be on my channel, so if it is, yeah, you can find out more information there. I don't remember the exact details, but it was really strange.
For those who are out of the loop right here, Archaix, this loser who puts out like total degenerate Matrix obsessed YouTube videos saying the world's going to end, the Phoenix event, we're all living a simulation. You can eat as much Chick-fil-A and barbecue and drink as much bourbon as you want because your body's just a matrix vessel and you're just living in the simulacrum, which is a word he doesn't even use right ever. And I don't know much. I'll be honest. I don't know much. Definitely don't watch him as closely as he watches us. But hey, I'm honored to have such a nice, big, barbecue addicted fan.
Definitely enjoys his Chick-fil-A. I saw that he posted this video. I think you talked to me about it too. You were asking if I seen it, where he was like complaining about the Jeep getting fixed. In that video, he opens up the back of his car, and you see like a huge bag of Chick-fil-A just sitting in there.
Yeah, I'm at Regional Autos, and I'm here enjoying my chicken sandwich, and the Phoenix event is approaching, and my windshield is flapping in the wind. Because he's just doxing this how tempting I get it. You know how tempting it is when you get slighted at like a restaurant or slighted at like some shitty little business to just be like, I've got 50,000. In his case, he's got 100,000 whatever subscribers, I think.
150.
He feels like he can just squash like a little business for wronging him in this little way. Like, I don't think I've ever felt that way. I got ripped off in Tallahassee. This shop sold me fake weed, THCA. I called that guy right back and just talked to him, complained to him, Karen'd him one-on-one. I don't need to Karen him, to my whole subscriber base. Like, I would rather squash someone man to man then sick all my followers on a business and be like, they treated me wrong. Now go ruin their reputation. You know,
Yeah, it was a little strange. It was like he was. It's like one of those things, just like a learning experience or something, because he was like brand new. It's like it never crossed his mind it could be a bad idea or something. It made no sense, but it was a hilarious video.
he got scammed or whatever, brought to getting what he deserves ultimately, just a sex offender, like trying to pull stuff over on people, living in his little shitty van. He brings it to get fixed, and they fix it badly. I think the video.
Yeah,
It's like a minute of a video. I didn't get much context, but he's basically doxing this like auto shop that messed up his repairs, and he's like, go leave them a bad review. Like they're awful people. Look what they did. Like, and they aren't there. Like he's not talking to them. You know, he's just out front. Probably went in to complain to them, didn't get anywhere, and just ran outside and was like, man, look at these people, man.
we got the perfect screenshot from that video though, because he points back at his windshield at one point. It's like the perfect soy jack. Like it's unbelievably perfect. It's so hilarious.
You know, Jason, we know you just hate me because I'm a tall, thin, non-registered, non-offending, non-sexual predator. None of those things. You did that to yourself. Now, if people call you out for it, that's also on you. Suck my balls. Fuck off. I went through all of Texas in a whole, declared voyage. You are nowhere to be seen. We went through your territory. We did a better job talking about Texas than you ever will in my Texas video. So I challenge you, Jason, teach something good, teach something actually worth learning in your own backyard. Teach your own people about your own land. I dare you. You can't, because you're bereft of any actual useful wisdom. Just charlatan. Oh, look at this. Look how this is actually this. This time thing that happened here is actually this thing. Wow. Okay. What are we teaching people? I've literally seen videos where he says you can drink as much bourbon, whiskey, get shit-faced all day because it doesn't matter, because this is all a simulation. And mark my words, I've said it before, his whole little choo-choo train is going to go to a suicide cult. Mark my words. The whole escape the Matrix before the next Phoenix event. Yeah, we've seen that before.
Another thing is it also lines up his 2040 to 2046 thing lines up perfectly with retirement age. So
yes,
he just takes the money and retires, right?
Am I the first one to point that out, Shem?
Possibly.
I think I'm the first one who said it. Is that his Phoenix event that he preaches? That's like the end all be all. You know, the final apocalypse, the big revelation, the unplugging of the Matrix, whatever. He's said it a million different ways. And I don't even know enough of what he said to really do it justice. but the 2040, and he keeps pushing it back like a little bit. It's like, oh, I'm making some money. Let's keep this train rolling a little bit longer. But whatever.
Yeah, we can talk about him on a different stream sometime. But yeah, let's wrap it up. Shout out to
God.
Shout out to God. Shout out to the Bible.
Shout out good.
Michael, good to meet you.
Thank you. You too. So much, guys. It was a pleasure.
Peace, Mikey. Thanks for hanging in there, dude.
Oh, it was wonderful, man. Wouldn't have it any other way.
All right, Mike, Shem.
Later.
I'm gonna shill my products here a little bit more. You can stay if you want, but feel free to dip out.
Sounds good, man. Have a good night.
Peace, Shem.
You staying on?
I'm just gonna shill the products here, and then I'm gonna hop off. But all right.
All right.
Peace, Mike.
Later.
All right, guys. Hope you like that. Genesis chapter 3 in the books. Okay. Going to be doing next chapter is coming Sunday. So, recap, you can support me by getting Moringa. We didn't mention that earlier. Okay. Don't make me sell it. Don't make me beg, guys. This stuff's amazing. Go fucking buy some if you want to support the channel. If you don't, if you're not on the Patreon, if you're not into Patreon, you want something tangible, you want a bang for your buck, you can get some Moringa from themoringaman.com. Hang on. Sorry, give me one sec here. Come on. Sorry, guys. Trying to pull up this website. I need my producer. Need an assistant. Can one of the mods, if I have any mods in here, can you pull up the Moringa link, please? So yeah, you go to Moringa Man, themoringaman.com. Boom. Okay, there we go. Sorry, guys. Okay, ways you can support the channel. We're wrapping it up here. If you want to help keep us, protect us from censorship, protect us so we don't have to depend on YouTube if they're taking money from us, demonetizing our stuff, which they've been doing a lot of, you can go to themoringaman.com, buy some organic moringa, top quality, top of the market. My buddy Alex runs this business out of Florida, and you can get some pure moringa. This is no pyramid scheme BS, just one ingredient. Really good, really simple. I've been taking some. I've been gaining weight in a good way. Just to put that out there. That's one thing I've been noticing. Definitely been gaining weight in a good way. Filling out a little bit more. So come see the results at the meetup if you want. Full Moon meetup on the 22nd. There'll be moringa there to buy. Alex is going to be there too. So Moringa Man, use the code what was it? I forgot. Use the code here it's saying there, down there at the bottom on the ticker, it has it. Got to get my shit together. Themoringaman.com, using Old World Florida for 15% off. So go use that. It's going to get me paid. Every time you buy one is $10 for me. Full transparency. Helps me not rely on YouTube. I'd rather make any type of video I want, not have to make sure it passes the checks on YouTube. This helps me make whatever video I want, regardless of whether they're monetizing it. But what else can you do, guys? Maybe moringa is not your thing. Maybe you want to learn. Maybe you want to read more stuff, have access to these wonderful books. You can have access to all these wonderful books back here. You know how? You can go and make sure to use that promo code on the Moringa Man to help me. Old World Florida for 15% off, I think. And that helps me make $10 with each sale, which is very substantial. If you don't like moringa, okay, you don't want to do the hippie health foods, even though that stuff will make you fucking shredded. This stuff gets you jacked. Moringa. Super, super good. But let's say you don't want that, or you're going to get that anyway, but you want to read some books too. Go to the Dancing Elephant. That's what our background is here too. We're in the Dancing Elephant right now. That's the background of the web show too. I said it. So it's like inception. But the Dancing Elephant shop, you can use OWF 10. So OWF 10, you can go buy books from the Dancing Elephant with a 10% discount. And I'll also get paid a little extra off these. This is our business, but this is going to help it go directly to me. And you're supporting the store in general. My brother and I we spend a lot of time in here. My brother does, wonders finding books like this. Maybe you don't have the time to. He does. He does a great job at it. You can benefit from his expertise and his, gone out there. He's found the books, put them available for you on the Dancing Elephant website. Would you rather get these from the Dancing Elephant or Amazon? Hopefully you'd rather get them from us. So if you get any books that's going to help me, help the channel, help us, help my family. Crystals too. You guys like crystals? Lots of unique stuff on here. Larimar, the Atlantis stone. You like Atlantis? You want to be decked out in Atlantean jewels and garb? Larimar, the Atlantis stone, the dolphin stone. Whole bunch of stuff. Look at all this stuff, guys. Lots of crystals. And so yeah, Dancing Elephant, use the promo code OWF10. OWF10. Thanks, mods, for getting the link in there. Getting the links in there. Wonderful. Old World, Florida. Sorry. OWF10. DancingElephant.com/shop. Oh, shit. No, that's not right. It's dancingelephant.shop. Shit. Here. That's not right. Sorry, guys. That might be on me, not her. Dancingelephant.shop. Here. Give me one sec. Here we go. Sorry for the dead air. Okay, fix that up. This is the real link. Excuse me. Dancingelephant.shop is how you get to the Dancing Elephant website. Dancingelephant.shop. Not .com. Dancingelephant.shop. OWF10, the code for 10% off at dancingelephant.shop. Okay, cleared that up. And then with Mike's website, some of you were saying that the code didn't work. Even if the code isn't working for Mike's website, you should still buy some stuff and support. But this one definitely works. OWF 10%, dancingelephant.shop. The Moringa Man, Old World, Florida, code, just Old World, Florida, for 15% off. TheMoringaMan.com, dancingelephant.shop, and then the other one is Michael's website is, got to pull it up here, sipblue.com. Sipblue, BLU.com. And you can use OWF. I think the code that he has right now, some people were saying the code wasn't working, but even if it's not working, you can still go to sipblue.com. Sipblue, BLU.com. Okay. So there you go. Those are the ways you can support we're going to wrap it up here. Appreciate you guys. Go hit up the Patreon too. Old World Florida on Patreon. Dr. Longo. Old World Florida on YouTube, Instagram. You guys know where to find me. All right. Going to wrap it up. Have a good night. I'm tired. Peace. Thanks to Mike, Alan, Shem. Adios. Good night.